26th.
This
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. It is Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Day. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you. We have a lot in store. We got a lot to get in. We got to be short, concise, because there's a lot to cover today here on Today at Keeneland. 5 stakes races, 2 grade ones, couple of carryovers. Good day yesterday, warmer weather today.
Yesterday. It was sleeting a little bit yesterday, but the sun is out. It was at one point, yes.
Here?
I think so. It didn't feel like rain.
Stuff up.
Anyway, it was a great day. We saw some of the favorites win in the first half of the card yesterday. Still good prices on those favorites.
Yep.
Second half of the card, not so much, including the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. We saw a price there for Todd Pletcher. And now we get some carryovers.
We do. We'll get to that right now. How about it? We've got a Pick 6 carryover today, and that's over $66,000. Pick 6, final 6 races of the afternoon, so make sure you get involved in that. $66,548, and a Toyota Super High 5 carryover in the nightcap over $11,000 with race number 11. So we'll remind you of that. Kurt Becker will do so. We'll do so as well with our paddock analysis. But also, we want to take another opportunity for those of you that may have missed it yesterday on Today at Keeneland to remind you of the renovations that are going on around here, because this spring you'll see some of those new changes at Keeneland, which are part of the new construction of the paddock building. This building will offer more ticketed experiences for the public, enhance our hospitality during sales, and offer new venues for special events year-round. This new paddock building will be ready to go for fall of 2025. And also want to pass along, safety is always at the forefront of everything Keeneland does here. We will have no construction during these race days, but there is a look at it, the grand new paddock building that is being constructed right now. Construction got underway in January. There's been a lot of progress from January when we were here for the sales to where we're at right now. But 2025, fall of 2025 is when it will be ready to go.
Tons of capital investments at the facilities in Kentucky. Churchill being one of them, right. Keeneland being one of them. It's the place to be.
It is the place to be, and we're glad to be here. We're glad to have you here with us, and we look forward to welcome you that are going to be joining us a little bit later on this afternoon. Let's recap yesterday's racing on opening day, Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland Day. Look at the Transylvania Grade 3. It was neat, with a neat effort down on the far side, on the inside, somehow getting up with Ray Gutierrez.
This was a bizarre trip. Raylu Gutierrez saying that she was really keen early, falling back a little bit, taking her off the pace, and then coming back. And then here is the winner of the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, Leslie's Rose, Mandy Pope. Congratulations. She was matching the silks in the winner's circle yesterday. She dressed to win.
A 7-figure purchase. Wade doing his thing up there on the stand. I think the announcement was good when she walked in there. And this morning, Goodnight Olive. We were treated to Goodnight Olive. John Stewart, kind enough to bring her out here. She's pregnant to not this time. 2-time Eclipse champion, 2-time Breeders' Cup winner. Came out and paraded this morning for those that were lucky enough to be out here at Keeneland.
I loved Goodnight Olive during her race career, and I cannot wait to see some of her sons and daughters, hopefully in the near future. And, that was a special treat for all who came out this morning.
It is sunny today compared to yesterday, but let's get the absolute when it comes to weather by checking in with WKYT.
Happy opening weekend here at Keeneland. I know a lot of folks are looking forward to a busy day. Right now, for your forecast, what you can expect is mostly sunny skies, a little bit of cloud cover adding around dinner time, and those temperatures slowly working their way up towards the 60s. We're going to stay in the mid to upper 50s for your day today. Enjoy the races.
About 10 degrees warmer. It's warmer in the sun. Do you mind if I just do this out in the sun here? So I can get a little warm?
Actually.
You got the heavy jacket on. I was trying to be brave. You do mind?
I do mind, yes.
Okay. I'll stay here. She's in charge.
We don't have time for this business. Let's get into track conditions.
John Deere's track conditions, fast and good. Once again, main track fast, turf listed as good as it was yesterday. Those are the John Deere track conditions. Full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. You'll have access to these. I look forward to reading Gabby Gaudette's comments more than anything on the Keeneland Race Day app.
They're solid. Have you looked at them? Oh, they're good.
We don't have time for this.
They're really, really good. Race 3, big paragraphs, lots of sentences.
Big words.
Huge. Okay. That was fair. Race 3, we agree on the 6-horse. Race 6, we agree on the 4-horse. And then in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, we both agree on Just a Touch. So we're both taking a bit of a shot in the featured event.
Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, same on Instagram, FanDuel TV, each and every race day, as you all well know. Coverage on FanDuel TV of the Keeneland Racing. And if you don't have FanDuel TV in your cable or satellite package, go ahead and download the FanDuel TV Plus app. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. That's where you can do so and have access to FanDuel TV. Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, $1 million. A race that has so much history to it. This is the 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass.
It's incredible to look back at some of the winners of this race. Spectacular Bid being one of them. Who else? Street Sense back in 2007. So it has been it has historically been a very productive race for the Kentucky Derby as well.
Central Quality, Vacoma immediately comes to mind.
You're going a little bit more recent, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, recency is what we're looking for right now as far as figuring these horses out. And the horses that have at least the recency, Sierra Leone and Dornoch. But Just a Touch is a horse that, I've said this multiple times before, I was touted on this horse well before his debut. In the Gotham Stakes, he ends up finishing second in this race. And this is the second time in his career that he caught an off track. All the connections have wanted it as a fast track. He's going to get it today. And they didn't ask him to go 2 turns off of his maiden win back at the end of January. He goes the 1-turn mile, and they're progressing. This is something that we used to see more of as far as not necessarily going right into those 2-turn Derby preps, but there's not a lot of 1-turn Derby preps left on the calendar around the country. So I think that he takes a big step forward today. He's a son of Justify. He's from a tap at First Dam. You got Brad Cox, Florent Giroux coming together. Flo's been riding this colt in both of his starts. I think Just a Touch puts together the best effort that we have seen from him to date. And from just a raw numbers perspective, he's one of the fastest 3-year-olds that we've seen this year. Whether you're looking at Thoroughgraph, Ragozins, whatever it is, he has been one of the fastest. I've got him on top. I go to Dornoch, and then Sierra Leone, who's going to be kicking it in late, trying to run them all down.
Yeah, and sometimes we kind of back ourselves into a corner with horses who have only tried a sloppy or a wet track, and we say, well, maybe that enhanced their performance. Well, maybe it didn't. Maybe the reverse can apply, and I think that is also the case for the 6 Just a Touch. He also has the running style. Figures he's going to get that typical Brad Cox pressing trip at this distance now, stretching out to 2 turns, because he's not slow. He had to close from off of it last time out. I also love Deterministic as a Derby hopeful. He's going to be running in the Wood Memorial today, and the fact that he finished second to him, I think, goes a long way. Let's go back to Sierra Leone's last performance, though. This is in the Grade 2 Risen Star, and obviously we need to talk about this horse and what he could possibly do today. He made this kind of slingshot move, closing from off the pace. He almost ran like a turf horse, Scott. We don't really see many horses be able to make up this much ground throughout the stretch.
Consider his trainer.
Yeah, exactly. But Track Phantom, he set the pace. You can see Track Phantom finish second, so the pace did not collapse. This horse absolutely ran down the leader, which was Track Phantom. I thought it was a very impressive performance. I think he's going to be one of the top contenders in the Kentucky Derby, hopefully. But the reality of it is, does he get the same type of setup? It's a very long stretch at the fairgrounds. We have seen closers win, like Zandon, in the Bluegrass, but that's kind of not the norm.
And do these horses come back to him?
Yeah.
I mean, Track Phantom is a very good horse, but we saw maybe the max that he wants to go, and Track Phantom came back to Catching Freedom, who was in that race as well in the Louisiana Derby. Dornoch, Just a Touch, they might have a little bit more stick to them than we saw it with Dornoch in the Madison Stakes. It's a fascinating rematch between Dornoch and Sierra Leone if you just went with that storyline.
Exactly, and then Dornoch, obviously, he's likely going to be forwardly placed. Danny Gargan actually said he doesn't want him on the lead, though. He wants to get him to rate just from an experience standpoint, because he'll probably have enough points to run in the Derby.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on today's Grade 1 $1 million Toyota Bluegrass Stakes.
This is a race that is going to be really interesting from a standpoint of the strategy for the jockeys. Dornoch has been on top at the first call in his last 3 races, but trainer Danny Gargan says while Dornoch is training very well, he's also training a little differently.
I mean, he's going to run a big race. we're blessed that we don't have to worry about points. So we're going to try to sit off the pace this time and stalk and see how he runs doing that. He's been training well, sitting behind horses, and we'd like to see him sit second or third and hopefully make a big run in the stretch this time.
We know that Dornoch has a lot of heart. He showed that when he got headed by Sierra Leone in the Remsen last December and came back to beat him. Out of that race, Sierra Leone went on to win the Grade 2 Risen Star. Tyler Gaffleone was aboard him for the first time that day, and Tyler says this is what he learned.
I learned he's a tremendously talented colt. It doesn't matter where you put him. The main thing is just get him comfortable, let him get into his stride. She's a big, strong individual, so we just don't want to get in his way or you want to give him a clear path. But, you know, I was very impressed with him, his demeanor, everything about him. He took everything we threw at him and really excelled that day. I've watched him train here a few days in a row, and he's been looking great, so all systems go.
100th renewal of the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, and it's a really stellar field, and maybe we'll get a Derby winner out of this group.
Strong possibility. I mean, these are just looking at, I know there's more than just the 3 horses that we've spent our time on, but just if you looked at those 3, they really are ones that you would put in the top half at the bare minimum, maybe top 5 when it comes to the Kentucky Derby picture as it stands right now, with still the Wood Memorial to happen and the Santa Anita Derby, which takes place today as well.
And I'm going to say 2 things. Historically speaking, this race has gone to the top 2 horses in the wagering, with the exception of IRAP. When we look at the past 9 years since Keeneland went from synthetic to dirt, IRAP was a maiden. He was a crazy long shot, like 30-1. Outside of that year, it's been first or second choice. So it's been quite chalky. Keep that in mind. Also, 3-year-olds who are lightly raced. So some of these horses who have 11, 9 starts, they might be at a disadvantage.
Let's focus our attention on the other Grade 1 of the afternoon, race number 8, the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes, $600,000 for these female sprinters 4 and up. Vava, the 2-1 morning line favorite, hasn't been seen since her win in the Lexus Raven Run when she ran down Alva Star. Hot and Sultry, the number 3 horse, has to be talked about on the cutback and distance, and red carpet ready, bounced back last time out in the Hurricane Birdie after a disappointing run in the summer months in the Grade 3 Victory Ride. There's so much depth to this race, too. I mean, and just Hot and Sultry at 8-1 shows you the depth of the race, because she was very good in the Grade 3 Chaluki. Your husband, Norm Cassie, trains her for Joanne and Alex Lieblong, and this is a mare that maybe doesn't want to quite go 2 turns, and she cuts back in distance. We'll talk about her, you will, in a moment. I go with the 3-6-6-3, however you want to view it. I ultimately went with Alva Star because she is so fast. This is a filly that ran so well in the Raven Run, just got caught by Vava. Now, the advantage, in my opinion, that Alva Star has over Vava this go-round is that she's had a run since the Lexus Raven Run. She ran in the American Beauty, 110-2. Wasn't, I think, the fastest race that she could possibly put together. 6 furlongs. If this race was at 6 furlongs, good night. I mean, it's Alva Star. That's what makes it so interesting in here, is that she's got that extra furlong to manage and work out with Tyler Gaffleone, and trying to get at some point just a little bit of a breather for her to stick around late. But I give her the advantage with her speed, with that race in the American Beauty. We know she's going to be fine here at Keeneland. Yesterday in the sprint races, speed was doing quite well as well. So we'll see how that plays out. You'll touch on Hot and Sultry. You got to respect her. And then Vava, the same, coming off the bench. Very good filly. Won the Charlestown Oaks, won the Lexus Raven Run. I always contend that if you got a horse that's able to win around the bull ring, those tighter turns at a place like Charlestown or Delta Downs, and then going on and win. I refer to Tepin all the time because she did that, what she was able to do in her career. She won at Delta.
Princess.
And then able to win at Churchill, Royal Ascot, Breeders' Cup, all that. So Vava's
from Delta Downs to Royal Ascot. I mean, that's what good horses can do. There are a lot of
good horses that come out of those races.
Yeah, I know.
Out of the Charlestown Oaks and the Classic and what used to be the Delta Jackpot and the Delta Princess.
Okay. I'm going to get into my top pick, the 3 Hot and Sultry. I'm going with the home team here. I know I might be a little bit biased, but I do really think that her last 2 races set her up perfectly for the cutback in distance. It's one of the angles that I always follow. Now, look, her race 2 starts back in the Bayakoa was a complete disaster. She was the lone speed on paper. She fell to her face coming out of the gate, and Ricardo just took care of her. He didn't ask her. He just wrapped up on her, and they loped around the field. Her second race, you could see that she was just getting too tired. She was involved in a fast pace early. She didn't have enough punch late. Now those two-turn races set her up for a preferred distance. I think she's best at the 1-turn mile, 7 furlongs. And in some ways, I think Red Carpet Ready is the filly to beat, but there's a question of will she bounce today, because she had such a huge performance last time out, and it was a really hard-fought win off of a long layoff. Now, Vava is another question, because she is another very nice filly. We'll go back to the Raven Run and show you her race against Alva Star. It's just unfortunate that we haven't seen Vava since Keeneland in October. She kind of looked like, at least last year, Scott, that she built up to her best race of the year in her last race of the year. It was a 101 by her speed figure. Prior to that, she was running well, but from a speed figure standpoint, this was by far her best race of the year. So when I look at her, I'm thinking, okay, she might not be 100% today, and Cherie is going to try to build that stamina, build those races up with her. It's just a tough spot to come back.
And I don't disagree with you in saying that she's going to get better. I mean, you could say that about every horse. They'll get better as the year goes on. But there aren't a lot of Grade 1 races for the filly and mare sprinters. And
you're out of condition, so you have to run in these races.
You want to get it when you can, when the opportunity, and strike when the iron's hot. And this is a very, very important Grade 1, as it is each and every year. The Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes Race 8 post time 4:48 Eastern Time. Let's go to the Appalachian, one race prior to the Madison. It's race number 8, and this is a Grade 2 event. Full field of 12. Pounce is sitting at 3-1. Race 7, I should say, is the Appalachian. In here, I go to Pounce, the number 10 horse. She has really gotten good. You want to talk about a filly that is light years better than what she was last year at the age of 2. Her last 2 races, ultra impressive. And the thing that has caught me about Pounce, she won going 7.5 furlongs, running them off their feet 2 starts back. In this race, she's taken off the pace, and she circles wide and ends up getting this victory by just a neck. She's still working to get there, and she manages to figure this out and get there in the end. She's a true racehorse. She's better than she was last year. Pounce for Resolute Racing. Mark Cassidy, Javier Castellano for me on top. The number 1 horse pull side was Slim. I know Rusty and the owners have liked this filly for a while. That last time out in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks, they admitted that was a big jump up from Maiden Special Weight Company, but she's got some ability to her. Does pull side with Slim, daughter of the Guineas winner Churchill, and then the 3 horse Stanson and Dixie, another one from Mark Cassie out of that Florida Oaks. I'll go with her as the 3rd choice, but Pounce for me in today's Appalachian.
Yeah, I went to the 1 pool side with Slim as the top pick. Not only did she run really well in the Florida Oaks, but from a pace perspective, she was forwardly placed in a very fast pace. Sometimes I like to look at the time form pace projector just to see, or the pace figs, to see how fast those fractions really were, and they were fast. She was involved in the fast pace, first time facing winners, and she just got tired. I love the cutback in distance. I think she could have even won that race if it was slower in the early stages of the race, but the mile seems to fit her perfectly. I also go to the 10 Pounce because of her ability to overcome obstacles, and then the 4, Grecian Goddess, is going to be my 3rd selection. First time for Chad Brown. If you go back and watch that race at Tampa, top 2 finishers were well clear from the rest of the field. I think the top 2 in that race were pretty good.
And this is such a good race. We didn't even touch on Buku, who won the Jessamine Grade 2 last fall and was only beaten 2 3/4 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She has to be thrown into the conversation for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing. Crown Imperial's another one. I mean, it's just a very, very good renewal of the Appalachian presented by the Japan Racing Association.
One other point really quickly, why I like poolside with Slim, it doesn't look like a fast pace today, and that's why I didn't go with a horse like Buku, who just closes from the clouds. I just don't see that pace scenario materializing.
All right, I went Shakertown, you go Commonwealth. We split these up because we have so much stakes action today. So let's start with the 9th race, the Grade 2 Shakertown, as these are sprinters going 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Mark of the Z's a scratch, field to 12. Mischief Magic 7-2 for Godolphin, Charlie Appleby. Their horse yesterday didn't quite fire when it came to being the favorite in one of the stakes races on the turf. We'll see what Mischief Magic is about. He ran against good horses in Doha and Qatar. You always, I think, have to be a little hesitant when it comes to some of those made-on races during the carnival season before getting to Dubai World Cup night for what that's worth. But I go with Arzak. He's coming off the bench, but these sprinters on the turf, I don't think you need to worry that much about the coming off the layoff aspect because it is a 5.5 furlong race. And his win in the Grade 2 Woodford in the fall was phenomenal with Rosario in the saddle. Irad gets the opportunity here today. He's a 6-year-old son, and not this time. He just sprints away from him, runs a giant race with a far outside draw in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint that was taken by No Balls. Arzak, better post today. He likes Keeneland. He has just gotten better over the last year, and he was even, good at points, not quite as good as he is now back in 2022, but his 2023 was brilliant. I've got him on top. The 8 front run the Fed, he's back doing what he wants to do, in my opinion, going 5.5 furlongs. And then Sousa Summer, I think he's a horse that also has gotten better with age and is one that, to me, has the potential to break out and be a serious turf sprint horse through the spring and summer months for Belmont.
All right, so those are your thoughts on the Shakertown. I don't even want to get into that because I think that is one of the toughest races on the day. I could talk 5 minutes on that, and we don't have 5 minutes. So I'm going to take us to the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes, another really loaded field. Now, do scratch the 3 Maniwa in this event, which I thought was a significant scratch. This race 7 furlongs on the dirt. Minnesota Ready signed on as your 5-2 favorite. I go to the 4, Raise Cane, as the top selection here for trainer Ben Colebrook. Let's take a look back at his local win. This was 2 starts back in the Perryville, and it was an impressive race. He rated really nicely, cutting back from the 1 1/8 when he was running in some of those Derby races. The straight 3-year-old races, and then he cut back in the fall to 7 furlongs in the Perryville. This was a solid race, and I think Ben Colebrook, in the back of his mind, going to the Bluegrass and the Derby and the Matt Winn and the Indiana Derby, he kind of always maybe thought that this horse would be a one-turn horse at the end of the day, and that's why we see him come back in his 4-year-old debut at 1 turn. It's why they shipped out to Santa Anita and the Malibu. I read that he had a lot of issues getting out to California.
I spoke to Ben about this, and I read in the Keeneland notes.
Yeah.
He vanned to California for the Malibu, and then he got there. The weather was bad. They couldn't train for about 3 days. And
it was a hellacious trip.
But to van, and I believe, if memory serves correctly, Ben said that Brad Cox did the same thing. But to van, because let's be honest, right now, it's difficult to ship horses on the plane. There's not a lot of options, and that's why you see a lot of horses not ship when you say, why aren't they going particular places? That was the case with Raise Cane.
Yeah.
So all that being said,
Malibu's
missing
a
that
throwout.
training, yeah, 100%.
Malibu's
chuck
a
it
throwout.
out.
Ben Colebrook, I feel like there are a couple of trainers that come to mind, but trainers like Ben Colebrook and Wesley Ward, sometimes you see these trainers, they bring their horses off of these long layoffs in the spring at Keeneland, but they have them ready for after these long layoffs. Especially Wesley Ward. Now, the 2, Waiko is one that I think you have to respect. Good prep race last time out, comes back to the main track. I used him in 2nd, and then in 3rd is the 6, Bo Cruz, who looked like a really nice horse. I'm still on the fence what his best distance is. That's why I couldn't really pick him on top.
Watch out for the Pewich horse. I'm sorry to call me fast. Watch out for Call Me Fast. Pewich likes this horse a lot today.
Is that who you picked?
No, I didn't know because he gave me the info after I turned in my picks. But he also told me if the horse loses, I'm not going to jump off a bridge because we're really trying to set him up for a race Derby week.
Well, that's good.
But he thinks he's the best horse in the race. So do what you will with that info. Here's some info for you. Vava, Clocker's report, 48-1. The daughter of Gunrunner, worked in company with stakes-winning colt Northern Invader. That's a familiar name. 7 furlong specialist, never missed the exact on dirt at Keeneland. And then our boy Just a Touch, 59-1 on the 31st of March. Pair of swift works here at Keeneland. 6 furlongs, galloped out in 1:11. That'll do. And then bred to relish a 2-turn trip on dirt. Should get a great trip stalking the pace. Bava in today's Resolute Racing, Madison, and Just a Touch in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. We teamed up today for our multi-race exotic plays. We actually kind of agreed, shockingly.
Which is good, because that means we don't have to spend so much money on this pick 4.
But it was scary because you said, do you like it? Yes, yes. Do you want to hit the all button in the 9th race?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the friendliest that we maybe have ever been in handicapping.
I think it's a good sign.
Together.
We both agree on poolside with Slim. Not essentially on the top selection, but you like her. And I like the 10 pounds, so that's why we included both of those. I threw in one more horse without you knowing, the 4 Grecian Goddess. It's Chad Brown. I know where to pick my spots. I just went ahead and threw
Relationships
this horse
are all about communication.
Yes, and picking spots. Race 8 is the Grade 1 Madison, and I, of course, went to the 3 Hot and Sultry, and you went to the 6 Alva Star, all button. In the Shakertown. I just think that is a very, very tough race. Hopefully we can get a big price in there. And then, of course, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, we both really like Just a Touch. So that is where our single comes into play.
A lot of pick 4 opportunities today. Make sure you get involved, and we'll remind you of that all stakes pick 4, which starts race 7, ends in race 10. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick on this Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday.
On this 6th day of April, we'll go to the 6th race for the long shot and take the 6th horse, Beau Cruz. Beau Cruz ran well in his first start out this year, but now is cutting back in distance, and I think that could make this one very salty at 12-1 at the 7 furlong distance. That race on Derby Day after the Run for the Roses last May signaled the kind of ability that this horse has. So we'll try Beau Cruz for the long shot of the day and hope he doesn't finish 6th.
Beau Cruz, race 6 on the 6th day of April. How many 6s is that?
3.
Leave it alone.
I don't know.
Leave
That's
it
a
alone.
Good sign, Tom. Okay,
Thank you, Tom. Beau Cruz, you like him as well. So, I mean, this is a big day. Can't wait for it. Toyota Bluegrass, the undercard stakes races, even if you want to call them undercard stakes races, they're standalone, important races in all these divisions.
We could see the future Kentucky Derby winner today. Isn't that kind of cool?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You could see a lot of things when it comes to these undercard races as well, these breakout performers and allowance company.
Sure.
That's the other beauty of the racing here at Keeneland. We're being told to say goodbye, so we got to say goodbye. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this giant Saturday. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
This is the all-new Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max.
The interior design is so tech-focused, I'm in total control.
And you gotta love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here, with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Step up to something grand.
Toyota, let's go places.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Marlena Van Hoos to the paddock. Marlena Van Hoos is an extraordinary young singer who is a 3-time AMG Heritage Award recipient. Marlena has sung at many different venues across the country. Her soaring and majestic voice continues to give joy and peace to all who are in her presence. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ron Estes from Concessions as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Ron. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is good, the rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1, where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick 3s get underway, and also start of the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch number 6, Eusebius. Scratch the 6, Eusebius. Jockey change on the 1, Boathouse, and that'll be Jane Elliott. Again, jockey change for the 1, Boathouse, the jockey, Jane Elliott. Race 2, start of the early pick 4, scratch number 1, Mangione. That's in the second race, scratch number 1, Mangione. Overweight, the 5, Nick's Storm, jockey, 1 pound over. That's the 5, Nick's Storm, the jockey, 1 pound over. Third race has no changes. The fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins. There is a $66,000 carryover. And in race 5, scratch number 3, Cyber Attack. And scratch number 13, Cloudy Holiday. That's in race 5, scratch number 3, Cyber Attack. And scratch number 13, Cloudy Holiday. Please note the 14 draws in. 14, El Razine will run. Sixth race, start of the All Stakes Pick 5. In that sixth event, scratch number 3, Maniwa. That's the sixth race, the Commonwealth, scratch number 3, Maniwa. Overweight, the 5, Richie's on a Roll, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Overweight, number 5, Richie's on a Roll, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Seventh race, start of the All Stakes Pick 4, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 7, 9, and 11. Seventh race, Appalachian has no changes. Eighth race, the Resolute Racing Madison, no changes. Race 8 is where that late pick 4 begins. Moving on to the ninth race, the Shakertown. Takeout number 13, Mark of the Z, did not draw into the race. Ninth race, takeout number 13, Mark of the Z, did not draw into the race. Featured 10th race, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, the 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass. And in that 10th race, scratch the 11, Encino. Scratch number 11, Encino. 11th and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,321. In that 11th race, overweight, the 6, a credit, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 6, a credit, jockey, 1 pound over. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt, and happy Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. We got 5 stakes ahead, 2 Grade 1s, carryovers, better weather. The sun is out, Gabby. What more do you need for a big Saturday, Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Saturday here at Keeneland? It is a blockbuster Saturday, that's for sure. And this is one of the toughest renditions of the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass that I have seen in quite some time. So excited to get to it. But we can't forget about all of the other races. You mentioned those carryovers. Yesterday started off a little chalky, but then we started to see those prices come in, hence the Pick 6 carryover. Yeah, Pick 6 carryover over $66,000 for the final 6 races. So get involved in the Pick 6 today here at Keeneland. And for the final race, the Toyota Super High 5 carries from yesterday. That's over $11,000. So 2 big carryovers that we'll remind you of once we get to those points in wagering. But remember, you can wager at any time during the day in the Pick 6 or the Toyota Super High 5 for that final race. And the Toyota Bluegrass, our featured Grade 1 event, it goes as race number 10, $1 million on the line, Kentucky Derby points on the line, and some of the best horses that we have seen thus far in this road to the Kentucky Derby will be knocking heads here over the Keeneland main track. Yeah, and it's a rematch between Dornoch and Sierra Leone. They dueled down the stretch in the Grade 2 Remsen just a few starts back, and they're going to be at it once again today. But the 6 Just a Touch, I think this is an up-and-comer for trainer Brad Cox. He was second in the Gotham last time out behind Deterministic. The conversation doesn't end there, though, Scott. This is a loaded field.
field.
Can't wait for it. Can't wait for the Toyota Bluegrass. We also have race number 8, the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes, and some familiar names in here. You'll have Alva Star coming back, looking to redeem herself off of that tough beat in the Lexus Raven Run, where she was caught right on the wire by Vava, who we haven't seen since that race. Alva Star has run since. And then Hot and Sultry cutting back in distance has to be respected today in this Grade 1.
Yeah, it seems like Red Carpet Ready ran so well last time out off of that lengthy layoff, and we got to see if she can duplicate that. We have to see if Vava can perform off of that long layoff, and we have to see if Alva Star can kind of go back to what we saw in the Raven Run. And with Hot and Sultry, this is her preferred distance. So I think her two-turn races set her up nicely today.
5 stakes races, 2 Grade 1s, Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, the Resolute Racing Grade 1 Madison Stakes, 2 carryovers, a lot in store on this sunny afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Good afternoon and happy Toyota Bluegrass Day. We're going to get things kicked off here at Keeneland Racecourse, 18 minutes out from the first race, and it's a maiden special weight, 1 mile and a 16th. And this is just really setting the tempo for what kind of day it is. This is a very competitive maiden special weight, but the focus will be on the number 7, Batten Down. I'm actually shocked that this horse is only 2-1. I thought he would be a heavy favorite. We'll see how the wagering changes as we get closer to post time. I thought he'd be a heavier favorite because of his back-to-back performances, the races he comes out of, and also his beautiful pedigree. He's a son of Tappet. He's out of Close Hatches. His mama was a 5-time Grade 1 winning champion, and he's a full brother to a horse by the name of Tacitus, who was actually 4th in the 2019 Kentucky Derby. He was also 2nd in that year's Belmont. This horse comes out of a super live race, actually 2 super live races. It was one of those races that everybody liked their horse first time out. Speakeasy ultimately was the winner. If you remember him, he's trained by Todd Pletcher, and he was a late scratch prior to the Fountain of Youth this year. Now, this horse came back in his second start, and he lost by a neck to Corporate Power. That is a very, very nice horse for Shug McGahee, who's going to be I don't know what the plans are with him, but he is going to be one that you're going to pay attention to this year in terms of the 3-year-old crop. So the 7, Batten Down, I think is very much the horse to beat. That takes us to the 2, Ask Arthur. This is going to be the second selection for me. I've seen gradual improvement, big improvement actually, with each and every start. So 2 starts back at Turfway, he was actually shuffled back behind horses. He did not have the best of trips, and it was also a pedestrian pace. It was very slow. Horses who were forwardly placed in that race tended to have more success. He was well off of the pace and couldn't make up any ground. He came back to improve with a closing second, and when you look at his pedigree, a son of Unified, I definitely think he would be better suited to the dirt instead of the synthetic. So the 2, Ask Arthur, is going to be a price that I'll use in second. That takes us to the 8, Band for Life, a second-time starter for trainer Al Stahl. Now, we'll see if this horse can stretch out to 2 turns. He is a son of Maximus Mischief, who was very fast, very precocious, and of course, Maximus Mischief is a son of Into Mischief, and we have been able to see the sons of daughters of Into Mischief do virtually anything. So that obviously is a good sign for the number 8, Band for Life, who is my 3rd selection. And look, sometimes it is hard to go from 6 furlong race straight to the 2-turn mile and a 16th. Sometimes you like to have that progression of distances, but for this horse, he's just going to have to prove that he can, get it done today and go against a horse like the 7, Batten Down, who has already been at a distance of 1 mile and an 1/8. I do think he'll be forwardly placed, though, and obviously he was precocious. He ran really well, gritty performance, first time out going shorter. We'll see if he can take that big step forward today with Corey Lannery aboard. But it's the 7 for me, Batten Down, in today's opener. We will take a closer look at these horses when they come trackside and do a trackside report in just a few moments. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 11th race. In race 11, scratch number 1, Camp Hope. That's in Keeneland's 11th and final race. Scratch number 1, Camp Hope. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Stone Farm. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds, a mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast. Scratch the 6, Eusebius. Number 6, Eusebius scratched. Jockey for the 1, Boathouse, Jane Elliott. Number 1, Boathouse, the jockey, Jane Elliott. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track listed fast, turf listed good, 8 minutes to post. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Stone Farm, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Bourbon Society moves into line. Gallopinseer goes in. Batten Down and Band for Life will be the last to load. Goes in, they're at the post. First wire. They're off. There's Bourbon Society between horses. Boathouse to the inside. Band for Life batten down. Stack up to the outside. El Magnifico up close as well as they head down into the first turn. Boathouse, El Magnifico, they go 1-2 now. And then further out, Bourbon Society sweeps up third. Now challenging for second. Now challenging for the lead. Elephant's Ear, then Band for Life, moving 3 wide outside of that one and moving up into fourth. Further back, it is Batten Down who is next to last. Stays outward from the rail and lane off the first turn. Starts to improve 1 position, 5 lengths off the lead. And then a gap of 2.5 more lengths back of that one. Ask Arthur trails. Opening quarter, 23.83 seconds. Back up front, Bourbon Society, the leader. It's only a half length. However, Band for Life is second by 3/4 of a length. Boathouse is third by just a neck. Batten Down, fourth up on the outside. El Magnifico travels along in fifth in between horses. Still 4 lengths off the lead. And is flanked there by Elephant's Ear, Ask Arthur last. The first half mile, 48.8 seconds. Over to the far turn, Bourbon Society, the leader. Bourbon Society leads it by almost a full length now as they move around the far turn. Band for Life, second, a length and a half. And then Batten Down, who's third up on the outside, being called on for more run with a 1/4 mile to go. Elephant's Ear is fourth to the outside of that one, still 4 lengths off the lead. Bourbon Society to the top of the short stretch, chased all the way by Band for Life, Batten Down, and then Elephant's Ear up on the far outside. Elephant's Ear swings out toward the center of the track into the final furlong and comes after the leader. Bourbon Society and Batten Down is fighting on between that pair. Bourbon Society to the inside, Elephant's Ear to the outside. Here's Elephant's Ear. Elephant's Ear gets up to take it for Brian Hernandez Jr.
Well, we start off the day with a very exciting finish. It looked like a wall of horses. It was either going to be the 4, the 7, or the 5, closing rapidly, coming down the stretch. The 4 fights back down on the inside. The 7 looks like headed in the wrong direction here. And then here comes the 5, Elephant's Ear, closing from off of it under Brian Hernandez Jr. for trainer Kenny McPeak. Very impressive second start today. Looks like he gets up in the shadow of the wire right. No, it's very, very close here at 3-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race in the photo for the win. Number 5, Elephant's Ear, finished first. Number 4, Bourbon Society, was second. Number 7, Batten Down, was third. Number 8, Band for Life, was fourth. 5, 4, 7, 8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Stone Farm, number 5, Elephant's Ear, owned by Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Goncalo Torrealba, owned also by Fern Circle Stables of Paul Fireman. Kenny McPeak, the trainer, and Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Elephant's Ear, a 3-year-old son of Vino Rosso, out of Sunbury by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by William Humphreys and Altair Farms LLC. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.82 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Stone Farm trophy presentation to the connections of number 5, Elephant's Ear. First race results official, 5, 4, 7, 8. The official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good. In race 2, scratch number 1, Mangione. Scratch the 1, Mangione. Overweight, the 5, Nick's Storm, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 5, Nick's Storm, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Very competitive group of allowance horses coming up next for these straight 3-year-olds. 6 furlongs on the main track. Scratch the 1 in here, and we're taking a closer look at the 7, Guanare, for trainer Rick Dutrow. This horse stretched out in distance last time out at Parks. I am taking a little bit of a shot here. I do respect the even money favorite, but the 7 is where I go as the top selection. Now, he actually broke his maiden for the $40,000 or at the $40,000 level, and he's really stepped up impressively since then. He won a starter allowance race. He even won a stakes race at Laurel, and then the Connections decided to stretch him out in distance last time out. It was a bit of a disaster. I don't think he really liked the track that day. He was ridden hard throughout, and then he started to duck in, duck out. He was extremely erratic coming down the lane. So I think that's why they put the blinkers on today, to try to get this horse to focus. It was probably that. He probably has some quirks to him. But I also think it had to do with the distance. I don't think he wants to go that far, and clearly he didn't have that punch that we usually see in his sprint races in the final 16th of the mile last time out. So I like the turn back in distance for him. He's a top play for me. As we go to the 4, Scatify, for trainer John Sadler. He was actually entered in a spot yesterday. He scratched out of that event and opted for this spot. And this horse clearly just needs a turn back in distance. He was very impressive first time out to break his maiden at Los Alamitos. Then he came back in the Robert Lewis in his second start to go against the likes of Nisos and Wind Me Up, 2 very, very talented 3-year-olds. And then when you go back and you look at the Grade 2 San Felipe last time out, he was very keen early. He was pulling really hard. He never settled. It was a bit of a slow pace, but despite that, he just could not settle in the first half of the race. And clearly when that happens, you just don't have anything left for the second half of the race. So clearly this horse does need to cut back in distance, and he arguably is the class of the field, just considering what he has gone against and what he has beaten. And then finally, the 6, Pirate, comes in off of a long layoff. We haven't seen him since September at Saratoga for trainer Todd Pletcher, but I know they have liked this horse from day one. Look at how he was bet in his debut. When you're bet down to 35 cents on the dollar in a maiden special weight during the summer at Saratoga, you know you're probably special. And he won that race very easily. He beat Just Steel in there, for what it's worth, who recently ran very well in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. And this horse came back in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Now, he didn't run great in that event. It was okay, but it was a long shot winner in a Telefella. We saw Timberlake also in that field. He would come back at his 3-year-old season to win the Southwest Stakes at Oaklawn Park as well. So there was at least some depth to that Grade 1 Hopeful, despite it going to a long shot winner. Crazy things can happen, especially in those 2-year-old stakes races at Saratoga. But it looks like he's retooled, and he looks phenomenal in the paddock. I'm excited to get a closer look at him as he comes trackside. But yeah, I think the camp here has had high expectations for this horse, and let's see if he can pick up where he left off last season in his 3-year-old debut. Right now, the 4-5 favorite. That is the field here. We are 14 minutes out. We'll check on these horses in a bit and report more trackside in a minute.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Crestwood Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 3-year-old, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 1, Mangione. Number 1 is scratched. Overweight, the 5, Nick's Storm. The jockey, 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. Turf listed good. Post time in 7 minutes.
Taking a closer look at competitors here for the second race. We are 6 minutes out, and I wanted to get a good close look at the 6 Pirate, just because of the expectations that were set on him first time out, and he exceeded in those expectations, winning that debut at Saratoga. What's impressed me about him, he's not particularly big, but he is extremely athletic, and the walk on him, he walks. Sometimes I like to say this, horses that just really impress you, whether it be at the yearling sale here at September or elsewhere, they walk like a panther, and that's kind of what I see from him. He has a lot of reach out of his shoulder, just a very athletic looking horse, but also just his presence and the way he walks as well. He is being bet like a good thing, and he also looks very well coming in off the layoff, so we'll see what he can do at 4-5. One other horse I didn't mention in the paddock, and I wanted to over here. Talk about a big-bodied horse. He also has a big engine on him as well, so both of those factor into this distance today going the 3/4. He is so big that I feel like it would make sense for him to get more distance, and obviously Bill Mott tried to campaign him in that. He stretched him out to a mile in the Nashua, even at a mile and an eighth in the Grade 2 Remsen. And clearly he just doesn't want to go that far. Most of these horses in here don't want to go that far. They want to cut back in distance. Again, talking about the 2, Bilal here for trainer Bill Mott. But he looks really good, and he does look like he's got some class to him. Just the way he's kind of standing there, taking in his surroundings. He really did impress me here trackside today. So maybe one to consider. He comes out of some really nice races. Obviously in the Remsen, in the Bluegrass later today, we're going to see the likes of Dornoch and Sierra Leone. He faced both of those horses in the Remsen. It was a very tough swale that he comes out of as well, and this might be his best distance at the end of the day, cutting back to the 3/4. Even money on the 6 Pirate. We'll see what he can do 4 minutes out from race 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Crestwood, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Nick Storm comes forward. Pirate moves into line. Awaiting Guanare. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Scatify. Scatify from the center of the track out for the lead. Bilal is right there to the inside, though. Here comes Bilal moving up against the rail, puts ahead in front. Scatify right alongside as they continue their tussle for the early lead up the back stretch. Guanare, far outside, is in third by just a neck. Then Bledsoe back toward the inside, who's fourth against the rail onto the far turn. Pirate fifth up on the outside, moves up one position from last. And Nick Storm trails, but moves up now between horses at the back as they are separated by just over 3 lengths, 22.47 seconds time for that opening quarter. Round the far turn they go. Scatify to the outside, Bilal to the inside. Guanare seeks to join them, but still third as they move off the turn. Pirate center of the racetrack, and then Nick Storm back toward the inside, and Bledsoe is last at the back. They turn for home. Bilal against the rail. Scatify right alongside. They've been at it since the start. There's just an eighth of a mile to go. Bilal and Scatify continue to trade punches here down the stretch, and Bilal has the lead. Just over a 16th to go. Bilal leads it by a length. Scatify second. It is going to be Bilal. Junior Alvarado aboard for the win. Scatify was across the line in the second position. Nick Storm came up the inside third from Pirate, who was fourth.
He was freshened off of a loss from the Swale at Gulfstream Park last time out, but he came back in a big way today for Hall of Famer trainer Bill Mott and Kaleem Shaw, the winning owner. Junior Alvarado putting this horse forwardly placed today despite cutting back in distance a little bit and totally brushing off the challenge of the 4 Scatify coming down the lane.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 2, Bilal, was first. Number 4, Scatify, second. Number 5, Nick Storm, third. Number 6, Pirate, fourth. 2, 4, 5, 6, unofficial. Race 2 results official, 2, 4, 5, 6, the official results. In the winner's circle for Race 2, the Crestwood, number 2, Bilal, owned by Kaleem Shaw Incorporated of Kaleem Shaw, trained by Bill Mott, Jockey Jr. Alvarado. Bilal, a 3-year-old son of Street Sense out of Bambolina by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Rapoli Stables. Keeneland September graduate Bilal gets 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 10.53 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy presentation to the connections of Bilal, winner of Race 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On behalf of Keeneland Association, Vice President of Racing Gatewood Bell is presenting a check for $6,072 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Gatewood in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Keeneland would like to thank the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund for its efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast, turf listed good. There are no changes in race 3.
Already on to race 3. Horses will be getting saddled here in the paddock, and we're 19 minutes out from the third race. This race does start a pick 3, double exacta, trifecta wagering, and superfecta wagering available as well. They're going to be heading out to the main track at the distance of 7 furlong for this maiden special weight for straight 3-year-olds. And I start the conversation off with the number 6, Discreet Mischief is going to be the top selection for me. Looking at this horse's pedigree, he's the son of Into Mischief. His half-brother is a horse by the name of Kitten's Cat, and he is multiple stakes winner on the turf. Brad Cox sends this horse out as well, and when you look back at his debut, I think what was most impressive about his first race was actually the horse he lost to. There was a lot of talk down at the fairgrounds that day about Drip. It was a first-time starter for trainer Whit Beckman, and he definitely put on a show in that performance. Now, we haven't seen him since, but I did think that when I was down there at the fairgrounds live watching that field, I thought it was a very live race, not only from the winner's perspective, but also the losers, the second and third place finishers. So I kind of earmarked that race thinking that if I see horses come out of it, I'll probably go in that direction. And here we are with the 6, Discreet Mischief, making his second career start today. I also think that he broke a little slowly. It must have been because of the fast pace in front of him too, and also because of the sloppy track, but he found himself really far off the pace. I don't anticipate him being that far off today in his second start. Let's go over to the 7, Vesture, for trainer Bill Mott. He gets this horse for the first time today. And he has one good performance, 2 very bad performances. So far he's not been the most consistent, but maybe you could poke some holes in some of those performances. He probably didn't like the turf first time out. He came back to run a better effort in his second start, closing in behind a horse by the name of Bergen, who ultimately was a stakes winner. He actually won the Jimmy Wingfield. So it was actually a really good race 2 starts back. And I just think he's pretty intriguing in this field to maybe make that one move from off of it. First time for trainer Bill Mott. Then that takes us to the number 2, Bookie Brent, a first-time starter, a son of Golden Sense. They picked this horse up at the Keeneland September sale back in 2022 for $75,000, and he is a half-brother to 2 other winners. For what it's worth, Phil Bauer, with maiden special weight first-time starters. He pops at about 24%. It's a very lucrative angle for the barn as well. If you're betting him, it's a positive ROI. We saw Phil Bauer win a very nice allowance race yesterday, and we also saw him debut a nice horse. Ultimately, that horse finished second with a very bad trip, but he usually knows which kind of horses to bring here to Keeneland, and he has had some success with his maidens in particular. So the 2, Bookie Brent, my third selection. Get a closer look at some of these horses and talk more about them on trackside. We are 16 minutes out from race 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Manchester Maiden Special Weight 3-year-old, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 3. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 7 minutes.
Nice looking group of horses warming up here for the third race. Again, this is a maiden special weight for straight 3-year-olds. And here's a look at a first time starter, the number 5 Time Out for trainer Bill Mott. He's a son of Keeneland, and he's out of a war front mare named Low. The mare, she won first time out, and she was also a graded stakes winner on the turf. She was grade 1 placed as well, so not surprised to see such a beautiful pedigree coming from the Claiborne farm and Adele Dill-Schneider family. This horse just was very impressive. Now, I don't know if he's going to be able to win at first asking. At 7/8, he definitely looks like a 2-turn horse, but he does look extremely well prepared. So from a physical standpoint, it certainly looks like he's going to run very well. And another component to this that you always want to pay attention to is how they're behaving. I like the fact that Fabian Prat did warm him up really nicely here, because he looked like he was getting a little squirrely, getting on his toes here in the post parade, but now he kind of got him going and gave him a really good warm up, so now that he can really focus. But a beautiful looking horse, and I think one to certainly pay attention to, this first time starter coming out of the Mott barn. Take a look at another horse, a higher priced horse, and this is 19-1 on the 8 Dioro Unbridled, but I really wanted to talk about this family. He's the son of Medaglia d'Oro out of Unbridled Forever. This was a phenomenal mare. She was a grade 1 winner. She won the Ballerina. That was only one of many races that she won throughout her lucrative career. There has only been one other foal to race. That horse never won, but I just think this is a very interesting pedigree. Obviously, this horse has had a series of drills and has been working for a very long time. So that kind of tells me that maybe Nacho Correas has been very patient with this horse, getting him to the races, and ultimately he does look like a 2-turn horse, but maybe he can come with a closing run late at almost 20-1 odds. That takes us to the last horse I wanted to check in with, and that's the 12 Counter Attack. And this horse, it looks very different from the other two horses that I described, and not really one that you would always think that would, come out of the Steve Asmussen barn. He's just a little bit smaller, more athletic type of build, but he looks like a very racy colt. He's a son of Gunrunner. He's a half to Donegal Forever, who also won first time out. He was a very fast horse too, his half brother, and maybe that could be the same type of trajectory for this horse. They paid a lot of money for him, an $825,000 purchase at the Keeneland September sale, and the one thing that really stood out to me is just how racy and athletic he does look. So we'll see if he's fast enough to clear from that outside post position. Right now at 9-1 is this first-time starter with Tyler Gaffalione aboard. This could be an interesting race here, but the money pouring in on the 6 Discreet Mischief at 3-2. We're 2 minutes out from race 3.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Manchester. Moving into line, third race. Here's Lieutenant General going in. Availability moves into line. Timeout coming forward. Bebe Doro. Discreet Mischief goes in. Counterattack will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Lieutenant General and Discreet Mischief broke alertly. Counterattack up on the far outside. Discreet Mischief goes to the lead. Lieutenant General right there to the inside. Counterattack away running in third. Availability fourth. Carnitine moves up between horses. Fifth this time. Sixth and moving up through an opening down toward the inside. Vesture backs away in seventh position. Bookie Brent moves by one spot to the inside from eighth into that seventh spot. And then further back, Bebe Doro is ninth. Prince of Power is 10th. Timeout 11th. Doro Unbridled last of the 12. 22.47 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Lieutenant General Discreet Mischief, they go 1-2 to the far turn, separated by a neck this time. His third to the inside as they round the turn. Carnitine looks toward the outside now, starts to move forward from fourth into third. A length off the front pair this time, has lost a position against the rail in fourth. Bookie Brent is in fifth, has lost some ground as well around the far turn. 7 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Discreet Mischief has the lead now clear by a length and a half. 2 lengths top of the stretch as Lieutenant General goes second a half length. Here's Carnitine challenging for second on the outside, but 5 lengths behind the leader. A widening margin for Discreet Mischief, is in front by 6 into the final furlong as Lieutenant General for now hangs on to second from Carnitine in third. It is all Discreet Mischief. Florent Giroux going to be a late run from Timeout and Doro Unbridled, but no catching Discreet Mischief. Timeout was up in time for second, and then it was Doro Unbridled in third position, and Lieutenant General dropped back to fourth.
Well, we mentioned the depths of that race that he comes out of down at the fairgrounds. Discreet Mischief ran really well in his first race and ran even better today with the added distance of 7 furlongs. It was pretty effortless for this horse. You can see Florent Giroux just asking him for a little bit more in the late stages of this race, but he totally dominated this field, going on to win by multiple lengths in the end. It looks like 6-5-8 unofficially for the third.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 6, Discreet Mischief, first; number 5, Timeout, second; number 8, Doro Unbridled, third; number 4, Lieutenant General, fourth. 6-5-8-4 unofficial. Third race results official. 6-5-8-4, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Manchester, number 6, Discreet Mischief. Owned by Sumaya U.S. Stables of Usama Abagazale, trained by Brad Cox, and the jockey, Florent Giroux. Discreet Mischief, a 3-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of Brushwork by Discreet Cat, bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 23.27 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Manchester Trophy presentation to the connections of Discreet Mischief. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Mr. Tom Kinney, president of Friends of Lexington Fisher House, is honored to accept a donation of $10,000 from Toyota Motor Manufacturing Kentucky, represented by its president, Carrie Creech, and from Keeneland, represented by Shannon Arvin, president and CEO. The Lexington Fisher House provides a home away from home for veterans and their families while the veteran receives treatment in the Lexington VA healthcare system. We thank the staff of Lexington Fisher House for their dedication and efforts in our community. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. No changes in race 4. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast. Turf listed good.
Moving on here to the 4th race, a very nice allowance race. These horses will be heading out to the main track at the distance of 6 furlongs, and we'll start this analysis off with the number 4, Nighttime, opening up right now at 2-1 for Bill Morey. This horse ran really well last time out. He went against Stakes Company, almost won the race. He kind of made this early move and then a sustained run, only to lose by just 3/4 of a length against Stakes Company. But he was a stakes winner 3 starts back. I think this is a horse that needs kind of that well-timed move to close him off the pace. Now, it's always a question how that Turfway form is going to kind of move along here at Keeneland on the main track. I think Turfway form is going to hold very strongly here during the spring meet at Keeneland, because when I was handicapping some of these races over the course of the winter at Turfway, they seem to be very, very strong throughout the winter. So even some of these stakes races came up very, very tough. This horse has been very consistent. His races on the main track are just as good as his races on the synthetic as well. So the 4 Nighttime for me on top. The number 1, Miles Ahead, is another horse I wanted to pay attention to. He came in off of a brief freshening from November to February last time out, and he came back in a very tough field. He faced the likes of Skelly, Tejana Twist, and he really just lost contact with the field that day. He wound up finishing 4th in a field of 6. It was also a sloppy track. Now, he had experience on a wet track before in the past, but I really don't think he loved the track that day. But I do think that it would help him move forward, at least from a fitness standpoint. His best race of his career was 2 starts back in November at the fairgrounds when he posted a 104 Beyer speed figure. He doesn't need to get back to that in order to win. I think his B effort would win here. So it's just a question of whether or not he can get back to those B efforts, because his last race was not that, but some of his performances last year, especially last summer at Churchill and at Ellis, were very, very strong. The number 2, Surveillance, he's a very, very cool horse. Now, I will say he absolutely loves the fairgrounds. This is a horse that has spent a lot of time down there in Louisiana, and he's won a lot of races down there in Louisiana as well. So take that for what it's worth. I think his allowance races at the fairgrounds, you're probably going to see some of his best performances at that track on that surface. His last race, though, in the Whitmore was fine. It was a much tougher field. He faced the likes of Jackson Traveler, Tejana Twist. He didn't win the race, but he still lost nothing in defeat, at least in my mind. He has been to Keeneland a couple times before in the past, and his best placing was a 3rd place finish. So we'll see if he can put on his A effort today. But this is a horse that I know is near and dear to trainer Keith DeSormo and also jockey James Graham. James, this horse can be a little quirky from time to time, and James absolutely gets on with him perfectly, and he has been aboard him pretty much his entire career, at least for the past couple of years. So it's a very cool horse to root for. So we'll see what he can do here coming back to Keeneland for the first time in a long time at 5-1. We are 14 minutes out from race 4. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hidden Brook. Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000, 4-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering. There are no changes in this fourth event. Post time, 7 minutes.
Competitive group coming up next here in the fourth race, and here's the 6 prevalence. I'll talk about 2 horses trackside that I didn't necessarily talk about when they were in the paddock, and this horse is getting bet at 3-1. And at one time, looking at his past performances, he probably would have gone off at even money, but this horse has been kind of inconsistent and disappointing in the past 2 starts. And I will say, I've always loved this horse. I followed him throughout his career ever since day one. I've always been impressed with him. He's always been a very good-looking horse, but sometimes he can be a little inconsistent. Even when you look at his races in the beginning of last year, back in the Fred Hooper, disappointing, came back to try the turf, and then he kind of rebounded a little bit in the Maryland Sprint, that Grade 3 event on Preakness weekend at Pimlico. He was sidelined for several months. He's come back since then and has not shown much, but I will say he looks great. I don't know what he's able to do today, but he has dappled. He has the most dapples out of any horse in the field today, and he just has a great shiny coat. He just looks like a really happy, healthy horse. I don't know what has gone wrong with him in the last 2 starts, but maybe he can bounce back today. We'll see at 7-2. I Ride RT's named to do the riding. The 7 Classier is another horse he ships in from out of town. He has races at Charlestown and at Laurel. And you kind of look at his last race, and sometimes you think, okay, well, horses don't always like the bull ring at Charlestown. Sometimes they don't like running under lights as well. That can also be a factor. But this horse had run well at Charlestown before in the past, so I can't legitimately say that that was an excuse for him last time out. I will say he wasn't the sharpest in that particular event. When he's run at Charlestown before in the past, he's kind of been on the lead. It was a slow pace. He got caught behind that slow pace. His race 2 starts back would win this race. Maybe he bounced a little bit since it was such an impressive performance off the layoff back in February, but he's got a shiny coat. You can see how the sun's just glistening off his coat here, and a very fit horse as well as he's making his 3rd start off the layoff. Kind of look at all of these competitors in this field. Very evenly matched group when you look at their past performances, and when you look at them as a physical standpoint, very evenly matched as well, and you can kind of see that reflected on the tote board right now. As the 1 miles ahead is your current 8-5 favorite. We are 3 minutes out from the 4th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hidden Brook. Moving into line for the fourth race. Nighttime moves into the gate. Bridle up to the bar comes forward. 2 more to load. Prevalence moves in. Classier, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Prevalence. Prevalence right out for the lead. Bridle up to the bar, has early speed as well. And these two come out to vie for the top spot early on. Bridle up to the bar, moves up, gets over to the rail, leads it by just a neck. Prevalence goes second on the outside by 2 lengths. Then Surveillance, a lane off the rail in third at the entry to the far turn. Third by just a half length. Miles ahead is fourth toward the inside, 4 lengths off the lead. Followed by Nighttime fifth between horses. Classier wide in sixth position. And Midnight Escape is last of the 7, 8 lengths from the front, 22.18 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Prevalence, Bridle up to the bar. That's the ongoing battle for the lead. They match strides all the way around the far turn. They are 4 lengths in front of Surveillance, who's third by a 3-length margin to Nighttime. And then Classier, who swings wide in fifth. Now, Prevalence has taken the lead off the far turn. Prevalence coming to the 8th pole, has the lead by 3 lengths. Surveillance is in second position into the final furlong, and then Nighttime. But it is Prevalence in front. Prevalence with a 5-6 length margin, 16th to go. Prevalence, Irad Ortiz Jr., they are home free for the victory. Prevalence to win it. Surveillance across the line in second. Then it was Nighttime across the wire in third position.
Prevalence back to his winning ways. He absolutely looked like the picture prior to the race, dappled from head to toe. This horse can be inconsistent at times, but when he's good, he is very good. And he was very good today, getting the win against a salty allowance field at 5-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 6, Prevalence, finished first. Number 2, Surveillance, second. Number 4, Nighttime, third. Number 5, Bridle Up to the Bar, was fourth. 6-2-4-5, unofficial. Fourth race, results official, 6-2-4-5, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the Hidden Brook, number 6, Prevalence, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Prevalence, the 6-year-old gelded son of Medaglia d'Oro, out of enrichment by Ghost Sapper, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 10 seconds flat. In the winner's circle, the Hidden Brook Trophy presentation to the connections of Prevalence. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering is start of the pick 6 with that $66,000 carryover. Main track is fast, turf listed good, rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In race 5, scratch number 3, Cyber Attack, and scratch number 13, Cloudy Holiday. Again, scratch 3, Cyber Attack, and scratch 13, Cloudy Holiday. A reminder, the 14 will run. 14, El Razine draws into the race. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the walking ring where Keeneland is proud to recognize the meet leaders from the 2023 Fall Race Meet. And they're off in the leading owners Godolphin and Rigney Racing tied last fall with 4 wins each, highlighted by Modge's victory in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana for Godolphin, and Buku's win in the Grade 2 Jessamine presented by Keeneland November for Rigney Racing. This is Rigney Racing's first leading owner title at Keeneland and the 4th title for Godolphin. Leading trainer Brad Cox scored 13 wins in the fall, including 2 stakes races with champion Idiomatic taking the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, and You Almost Had Me running first in the Myrtlewood. This is the 4th consecutive fall meet title for Cox and 5th overall. Leading jockey Tyler Gaffalione posted a 4-win day and 2 3-win days as part of his 25 wins last fall, including the 3 stakes wins highlighted by Gina Romantica's win in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. This is the 4th fall meet leading jockey title for Gaffaleone and 7th overall. Please join Keeneland in congratulating the leading connections of the 2023 fall race meet.
Well, I think this is where things get a little bit more tricky because this is a very, very tough maiden special weight coming up next. So not only are many of these horses lightly raced, unexposed, but also the distance makes it a tricky race to handicap. It's a mile and 3/16. These are lightly raced horses, just 3-year-olds, and it really is a question of whether or not these horses can stay the distance. There are a lot of lightly raced horses in here, but I go with a horse that has a little bit more race experience. It's the 10 Stop the Press for trainer Shug McGahee. He's going to be making his 5th career start today. He's the son of Uncle Mo. And last time out, he made his turf debut at Tampa Bay Downs, going the mile and an 1/8. This horse was actually, he ran really, really well. Even in defeat last time out. So that race featured a very fast pace. This horse was chasing that fast pace, and ultimately the pace totally collapsed in favor of the ultimate winner, Waitlist, who closed from the clouds. So given the interior fractions, the early fractions of that last race, I think Stop the Press ran huge in his turf debut, and that's going to be the pick. He also is bred to get a little bit more distance, so the mile and 3/16 does not bother me at all. The number 9, Our Tempest, is next for trainer Todd Pletcher. He gets this horse for the first time. Eclipse Thoroughbred partners behind this horse as well. The blinkers coming off after having them on under the previous care of the old trainer here. And this horse has run well in the first 2 starts. When I went back and watched his last race, I really thought that he showed a lot of grit and determination. So you obviously like to see that fight. Sometimes horses can get into a rut of losing races and they don't necessarily want to pass other horses, but that wasn't necessarily the case for this horse. I actually thought it was a very game second, and he showed a lot of determination in that event. And that, and after that, that obviously made me decide to use him in the top 2 here. The 2, White Palomino, is the final horse we'll get to right now, and that is a second-time starter for trainer Chad Brown. So he also comes out of that same race that Our Tempest was in. He had a little bit of a trouble trip in that event. It wasn't horrible. I don't think it cost him the race, but I do like that he's been freshened since that debut. Generally speaking, Chad Brown and his horses coming in off of these types of freshenings, especially on the turf at 2 turns, very strong statistics here. Maiden second-time starters. Chad Brown is almost hitting at about 30% as well. So it's a very strong angle for the 2, White Palomino. I expect him to take a huge step forward this afternoon, right now at 3-1. It's a very competitive group. We'll take a closer look at them when they come trackside, and we'll be back in a few minutes, 13 minutes out, for race 5.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Spruce Lane Farm, a maiden special for 3-year-olds at 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good, rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that $66,000 carryover. Scratch 3 Cyber Attack, scratch 13 Cloudy Holiday. A reminder, the 14 El Razine draws into the race. Post time at 5 minutes.
Three minutes out from the 5th race, which kicks off the pick 6. And if this race wasn't challenging enough, let's also add another horse in off the also eligible. Don't forget about the 14 El Razine, who does draw in to the race for trainer Todd Pletcher and Shadwell. It's actually a Shadwell Farm homebred, the son of English Channel out of Karama, who is by Kitten's Joy. And obviously with that pedigree, he's bred top and bottom to handle any type of distance on the turf. And he does come out of the same race as our Tempest and Thornbury. This is a horse that is getting a very strong warm-up today, but he definitely was one, at least from a physical standpoint, that I would consider using here in that pick 6. He has his head carried high, getting a good warm-up here, but looked well for the connections today. One other horse I wanted to mention, the 7 Thornbury. Again, this is a horse that comes out of the same race against our Tempest. This horse, the reason why I didn't necessarily pick him in my top 3 was because I thought he got a really good trip last time out. He showed more pace. He went to the lead. It wasn't a very quick pace. It wasn't a very slow pace, kind of a moderate pace. And he just faded to finish 3rd, just beating a length in that event. Maybe he'll be a little bit of a fitter horse today. He's kind of not always been the most consistent. Sometimes he doesn't show any speed. Last time out, he did show more speed. So I think from that standpoint alone, he might be a little bit dangerous because it was an improved effort last time out. He did show improved speed. And sometimes when horses do that, the light bulb goes on and they can continue to take those steps forward. I do think he needs to take a step forward in order to win, but he looks well on the track for trainer Bill Mott. And that is the field here for race 5. Once again, this does kick off the pick 6. We had a carryover today of $65,000. That pool is approaching $300,000 and growing. It's a very fun sequence. Obviously, yesterday, it was a challenging sequence yesterday, and today definitely is the case as well with that Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass later this afternoon as well, and many stakes races, 5 stakes races still to come. So get your bets in there. The pick 6 pool now over $300,000 and growing as we are 1 minute out for race 5. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Spruce Lane Farm, start of the Pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. Stop the press, moves into line. Telescopic comes forward. Tapacana. Now Thornberry. Cabernado with El Razine, who will be the last to load. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Our Tempest ducked out at the start, now straightens course and comes forward. White Palomino is there to the inside as they move under the line for the first time. Here's Thousand Springs toward the outside. Now here's Chasing Kitty. Chasing Kitty moves up, gets over to the rail, and has a narrow lead. Thousand Springs with Thornberry, and between that pair, those are the front three as they head for the first turn. White Palomino shuffled back into the 4th position. Telescopic alongside that one is in 5th. Our Tempest settles down, gets over to the rail to save some ground around the turn toward the center of the pack in the 6th position. Tapacana, a lane off the rail in 7th. Holiday Charm saves ground from that inside starting spot, but back in 8th. El Razine is 9th. Stop the press 3 wide in 10th. Fort Thomas is in 11th position, and Cabernado last of the 12 opening quarter in 22.63 seconds. Up the backstretch they go, and it is Chasing Kitty with a narrow lead. Chasing Kitty, midpoint of the backstretch, leads it by just a half length. And there's Thornberry still right alongside as they get the opening half mile in 46.61 seconds. So Chasing Kitty and Thornberry, they go 1-2 with Thousand Springs far outside in the 3rd position. And then comes White Palomino. Now, White Palomino has been tucked away along the inside behind the front pair since the start. Still against the rail in 4th, 2 lengths off the lead. Telescopic has to go wide on the far turn. 3 wide in the 5th position, still 3 from the front. It is followed by Tapacana, who swings out 5 wide. El Razine is in between horses as they turn for home. Chasing Kitty, Thornberry, still 1-2. White Palomino behind them. Holiday Charm needs room down toward the rail. And in the meantime, here comes Telescopic from the outside. El Razine is coming late, but still has to find more. 4 lengths from the lead. And White Palomino is opening up here. White Palomino by 3. El Razine runs late from 2nd. Fort Thomas coming late, but here's the wire. White Palomino, Jose Ortiz to win it. El Razine was home 2nd. Fort Thomas from deep in the pack to grab 3rd on the line.
Impressive performance, and what a strong gallop out there as well. It looked like Jose Ortiz was having difficulty pulling this horse up after the wire. That just goes to show you what a strong performance this was here. And we always talk about turn of foot on the turf, and usually we say that as horses making a last to first type of move, but it can also apply when a horse is forwardly placed. This horse quickened, had that proverbial turn of foot coming down the stretch, and was very impressive today, getting the win here for Chad Brown. We can see him splitting horses to his inside and his outside and quickening there in the late stages of the race to get up for the win for trainer Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz to do the riding.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 2, White Palomino finished first, 14, El Razine second, the 4, Fort Thomas third, the 10, Stop the Press fourth, 2, 14, 410, unofficial. Race 5, results official. 2:14, 4:10, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 5th race, the Spruce Lane Farm, number 2, White Palomino. Owned by Jim Backey and Jerry Isbister, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey. Jose Ortiz, White Palomino, a 3-year-old son of Kitten's Joy out of Wolf Gourmet by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Baxter Farms. Mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 57.75 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Spruce Lane Farm trophy presentation to the connections of White Palomino. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. This will start the All-Stakes Pick 5. Double and Pick 3 wagering also offered here. Race 6, the Commonwealth Stakes. Scratch number 3, Manny Wah. 3 Manny Wah scratched. Overweight, the 5 Richies on a roll. Jockey 2 pounds over. Number 5, the jockey 2 pounds over. Main track is listed fast, turf listed good.
Race number 6, our first of 5 stakes races today. It's the Grade 3 Commonwealth, 7 furlongs the distance, and scratch out the number 3 horse in here, Maniwa. The current favorite is the 2-horse Wyco for Wesley Ward, who's feeling good down here in the paddock. I go with Raise Cane, the number 4 horse for trainer Ben Colebrook. A winner here at Keeneland back in the fall meet in the Perryville Stakes, running down a nice West Coast horse in Dr. Vankman, who was shipping in for trainer Mark Glatt. As Ben Colebrook talked about his run in the Grade 1 Malibu and just getting out to Santa Anita. They actually vanned this horse from Kentucky all the way to Santa Anita because they did not have access to shipping this horse via plane. He missed some days of training when he arrived to Santa Anita because of the weather that was there in the end of December. So things just did not go right. I expect him to bounce back here today. He's proven that he is a very good one-turn horse, can lay off the pace and finish strong. 4-1 right now on Raise Cane is a very good price in this Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes. Already a stakes winner here at Keeneland. Frat Pack, the number 1 horse, 22-1 for Whit Beckman, a horse that was 7th last time out at Oaklawn Park, but was very speedy up in New York. I think I do give him a pass on that race with the time between races from New York to his Oaklawn run at the beginning of March. If he breaks quick with Gerardo Corrales, who can be very good with speed horses, as he oftentimes gets opportunities to ride for one of the best speed trainers there is in Wesley Ward, I'll take a shot with this long shot runner Frat Pack here today, a $240,000 Keeneland November sales graduate from just last November in 2023. And then the number 9 horse to the outside, Minnesota Ready, currently at 4-1. A very good win last time out in the slop at Fairgrounds in the Colonel Power Stakes, a race taken off the turf course, but he's been a consistent sprinter throughout his career, having won 4 of 22, banked nearly $360,000. The outside draw may not be ideal with the way that speed is holding down to the inside, and I think that's another reason to go ahead and take a look at the rail horse Frat Pack as a contender, at least underneath at that kind of a price. But Minnesota Ready, a very good sprinter in a group of very good sprinters going 7 furlongs here this afternoon. Less than 12 minutes away from race number 6 at Keeneland. This will begin the all stakes pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager. Best of luck. The Commonwealth Stakes Grade 3 is up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 37th running of the Commonwealth Stakes, Grade 3. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Manny Waugh, number 3 is scratched. Overweight, the 5, Richie's on a roll, the jockey 2 pounds over. Double pick 3 and start of the All-Stakes pick 5. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Post time 6 minutes on race 6. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Frat Pack, owned by Graham Gray Stables of Adamain Span, trained by Whit Beckman, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Number 2, Wyco, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody for the People Racing Stable LLC of Mike Morgan, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 is scratched. 4, Raise Kane, owned by Andrew Warren and Rania Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Luis Saez. 5, Richie's on a Roll, owned by J&N Thoroughbreds LLC of Jose Rodriguez, trained by Jose Rodriguez, the jockey Emmanuel Giles. 6, Beau Cruz, owned by Roger Satina, Brian Pagano, Patrick Grippo, Peter Martin, Bruno DiGiulio, the trainer Al Stahl Jr., the jockey Jose Ortiz. 7, Hear My Song, owned by Nathan Hayden, trained by Billy Stinson Jr., the jockey Alex Ashard. Number 8, Call Me Fast, owned by Giddy Up Stables LLC of Bob Rondo, owned also by Tom Lambro, trained by Mike Puich, Julian Leperoux, the jockey. And 9, Minnesota Ready, owned by Richard Colton Jr., trained by Tom Amos, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
There's a look at the favorite, Wyco, warming up for the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes, a son of No Nay Never, top European stallion, so often associated with turf starters, and most often we see those sons and daughters of No Nay Never competing on turf. Here's a colt that started his career on turf and synthetic, but really has blossomed since moving over to the dirt. He's got speed. We'll see if Rat Pack can go with him, but he is the 2-1 favorite right now, and you can understand why. He's got a win over the course, and again, that speed with Wesley Ward and Irad Ortiz Jr. teaming up on the Keeneland September sale graduate from 2021. The number 6 horse, that is Beau Cruz for Al Stahl Jr. Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day from this morning on Today at Keeneland. He ran 1 mile and 70 yards last time out as the beaten favorite, but he cuts back in distance. This is a colt that showed a lot of ability going back to last springtime between Fairgrounds and Churchill Downs. Is he a true 7/8 horse? We will find out with Jose Ortiz riding right now, sitting at odds of 6-1 on the board. And then the 8 horse Call Me Fast. I spoke to Michael Puich, the trainer of this Dialed In gelding. He said they're looking to use this race as a stepping stone to a race on Derby week. But he also told me that he feels he's got the best horse in the race. He also said he could be a single in your pick 6. Now, clearly that window has closed for the pick 6, but this race does begin the pick 5 opportunity for you here at Keeneland. So we'll see how he fares. He likes him. He's got ability. There's no question. And you got to like the price on the 8 horse. That is Call Me Fast, the son of Dialed In, who's coming off the 7-month layoff. And speaking of course form, he's run 3 times here, a win and 2 runner-up finishes. So he fits the bill. And I like what I've heard from Michael Puich more than anything. And obviously looking at his form as well, a big plus for Call Me Fast. We're closing in on post time, less than 3 minutes away from our first of 5 stakes races on Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Day. It's the Commonwealth up next here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 37th running of the Commonwealth Stakes, Grade 3, start of the All Stakes Pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Race Kane comes forward, along with Call Me Fast. Richie's on a roll, moves into line. Minnesota ready. Gets set to move in. Last one goes in. They're at the post. Hear My Song backs out of the gate. One by one, the field begins backing out of the starting gate. Update in just a moment. Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 7, Hear My Song. Late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch number 7, Hear My Song. Windows remain open. Field will move back into line in just a moment. Moving back into line for race 6. Again, scratch the 7, Hear My Song. Richie's on a Roll goes in. Here's Bo Cruz coming forward. Call Me Fast. Minnesota Ready, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Commonwealth. Bo Cruz comes right out for the early lead. Minnesota Ready there up to the outside. Here's Richie's on a Roll moving forward. Richie's on a Roll up to challenge Bo Cruz for the top spot. Minnesota Ready far outside. Wyco between horses. Frat Pack a close-up fifth and in tight down toward the rail. Raise Cane is in sixth. Has to back away. They were bunched up 3 across the track right in front of Raise Cane, who settles back next to last, 3.5 lengths off the lead. So Raise Cane will travel in the sixth position to the far turn, and Call Me Fast going to be wide at the back in seventh. 22.9 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Richie's on a Roll has the lead. It's only a neck, though, to the far turn. Bo Cruz alongside in the second position. Now, Wyco's between horses got Minnesota Ready there to the far outside. So Minnesota Ready goes wide around the turn, third, 2 lengths off the front pair. Wyco, fourth between horses. Frat Pack to the inside. Call Me Fast has to go to the center of the track. Raise Cane is still last, still 6 lengths from the front. They turn for home. Top of the lane, Bo Cruz comes forward for the lead from Richie's on a Roll. Minnesota Ready. Wyco is still back toward the inside and still 5 lengths from the lead. Moving by the 8th pole, Bo Cruz is the leader. Bo Cruz leads it by 3 lengths in the final furlong. Minnesota Ready second. Wyco is third down toward the rail, still well behind the leader, 16th to go. It is Bo Cruz in front. Bo Cruz, Jose Ortiz. Bo Cruz wins the Commonwealth. Minnesota Ready was across the line in second, close for third. Wyco or Call Me Fast for that third spot.
The cutback in distance works out for Bo Cruz, the gray son of Creative Cause. Coming off of about a 2-month layoff off of his third race at Fairgrounds. He powers away from this group here in the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes at odds of 6-1. Tom Leach, his long shot pick of the day, coming through in our first stakes race on this big Saturday at Keeneland Racecourse. Well done to Al Stahl Jr. and his team. The Keeneland September sale graduate, Bo Cruz, too much for him in this Grade 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 6, Bo Cruz finished first. Number 9, Minnesota Ready was second. Number 2, Wyco third. Number 8, Call Me Fast fourth. 6-9-2-8, the unofficial results. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 6-9-2-8, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes, number 6, Bo Cruz. Owned by Roger Satina, Brian Pagano, Patrick Grippo, Peter Martin, Bruno DiGiulio. Trained by Al Stahl Jr. Back-to-back wins for jockey Jose Ortiz on the card. Bo Cruz, a 4-year-old son of Creative Cause, out of Quick Breeze by Ghost Sapper, bred in Kentucky by Douglas Scarborough. Keeneland September graduate Bo Cruz takes the Commonwealth 7 furlongs, 1 minute 22.94 seconds over the fast main track. Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton makes the trophy presentation for the Commonwealth to the connections of Bo Cruz.
Bo Cruz from a $45,000 Keeneland September yearling graduate to a Grade 3 winner here at Keeneland. Al Stahl Jr. and Jose Ortiz joined me. He was sharp early on. Did you expect him to be as sharp as he was going 7/8 today?
Well, I knew he was coming back, cutting back to 7 furlongs. But, you know, Al did a great job sharpening him up. He broke great, put me into a great position, helped me a lot, and we have a beautiful trip.
Did he kick on nicely for you? Was it easy for him to kick away?
He did kick very nice, but like I told Al, we have everything come our way. He's a nice horse, but he did everything right. He kicked on really nice today, but the half a mile was pretty easy for him. He was just galloping along the backside. I felt like I was sitting on a lot of horse.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott.
Al, the question was, how would he be effective going 7/8, cutting back in distance? We saw him win by a dozen when he broke his maiden, going 2 turns. Did you expect to see this kind of an effort here today, going 7/8?
Well, it was an experiment, obviously, but it worked. But we just had a gut feeling, watching him train and just the way he's built, that he might be 9 furlongs, might not be his game. So let's go all the way back. And there's a lot of opportunities around in this neck of the woods all summer long, 7/8 and 1-turn miles. So we took a chance, and he always leaves there running. Sometimes he outdoes himself and he stumbles a bit, but he outbroke himself. He didn't outbreak himself today, and he was on his toes and put him in the right spot, and we learned a lot, and the experiment really worked well for us.
How many doors does this open for you for the rest of the year?
Exactly. We can, I don't know, plenty of them. We know where to look now.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bo Cruz taking the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes here at Keeneland.
Keeneland, 7th race upcoming, 36th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. Turf is listed good. The rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the All Stakes pick 4 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 7, 9, and 11. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 7. 19 minutes to post.
Stakes keep rolling on this Saturday at Keeneland Racecourse. Up next, the Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes, presented by the Japan Racing Association, starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 7, 9, and the finale 11 involved in that. This also begins the 50-cent All Stakes Pick 4, which will conclude with the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Speaking of multiple race exotics and pick 4s and pick 5s. That late pick 5, the All Stakes pick 5, the pool settled at $1.69 million. So if you had Bo Cruz, $1.6 million up for grabs moving forward to the final 4 legs. But again, this one starts the 50-cent All Stakes pick 4 today. There's a look at the favorite Pounce. She is currently sitting at 5-2 for Resolute Racing, and trainer Mark Casse, a very impressive young filly. She's making just start 5 of her career against her contemporaries in this 3-year-old filly turf division. The thing that impressed me the most about this filly is how quickly she adapted to turf and the different styles that we have seen from her. She was able to go gate to wire, running very quick at 7.5 furlongs at Gulfstream in her first turf race. And then next time out in the Here Comes the Bride, she found herself wide back behind horses, having to make up ground, and she still got there in the end. It's rare to see horses be able to be this adaptable in such a young portion of their career, but Pounce has showed us just that. Again, she's a daughter of Lookin' at Lucky. She's 3 for 4 in her career. She broke her maiden on dirt at Churchill Downs, which just is another aspect of how versatile she is. 5-2 is a very fair price on this filly as she looks for consecutive graded stakes wins in the early days of her career. Down on the inside, the number 1 horse, Poolside Was Slim for Rusty Arnold. She's a Irish-bred European pedigree filly. She's by Churchill, who is a Guineas winner and one of the prettiest horses that you'll ever see, that son of Galileo. She broke her maiden at Gulfstream Park as the favorite 2 starts back. That afternoon, had an opportunity to speak to her trainer, Rusty Arnold, about her, and he said, we expect big things from this filly, and we expect her to get better with the move over to turf. They moved her to grass in her first try against Winners, but they also went from a maiden race to grade 3 company, and Bo Bromagin, who is part owner of this filly, said we threw her a little into the deep end of the pool, but they expect her to be a good filly moving forward, so hopefully she builds off of that experience. She absolutely, in my opinion, is capable of stepping forward off of that race, having that type of company under her belt and depth of company that she raced to get under her belt, and take a step forward here today. She is 8-1 on the board and a strong contender. And then the number 3 horse, Dancin' in Dixie, my third choice. This is another one for Mark Casse. Jose Ortiz looking for the stakes double in back-to-back races, having just won the Commonwealth with Bo Cruz. She'll be coming rolling late. She did so last time out, going 1 mile and a 16th. She'll go 1 mile here today. We'll see how the pace shapes up out in front of her. But she'll come running. That's exactly what she's done in her non-dirt races. Her dirt races, not good. Her synthetic and her turf races, very good and very consistent. So if you're looking for a price, 16-1 on Dancin' in Dixie, the daughter of Neolithic, in today's Grade 2 Appalachian, presented by the Japan Racing Association. Again, a reminder, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 7, 9, and 11, the sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. And this one begins. The All Stakes Pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, begins with the Appalachian and ends with the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 36th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. Grade 2 at 1 mile over the turf listed good, rail at 0 feet. Double pick 3, all stakes pick 4, and Keeneland turf pick 3. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Poolside with Slim, owned by Glenn Bromwich in the second, and Patrick Lewis, trained by Rusty Arnold, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. 2, Living Magic, owned by H&R Notoff, Horse Racing LLC of Hank Notoff, trained by Phil Schoenthal, the jockey Luis Saez. 3, Dancing in Dixie, owned by Quintessential Racing Florida LLC of Tina Cassie, Rocky Top Stable of Jacqueline Ventura, LEMB Stables of Chris Moore, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Jose Ortiz. 4, Grecian Goddess, owned by Thelma and Louise Stable of Sherry O, owned by Earl Silver, Kenneth Fishbein, and David Fishbein, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Carryovers, owned by Martin Schwartz and Michael O'Callahan, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, Austere, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Gary Finder, Tucci Stables of Lou and Carlo Tucci, owned by Cambron Equine LLC, Tim and Anna Cambron, owned by Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC, Vito Cucci, trained by Brendan Walsh, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7, Dozen Diamonds, owned by Joanne Batchelor, trained by Victoria Oliver, the jockey Florent Charoux. 8, Mo Fox Given, owned by Woo Pig Stables LLC of John Fox, the trainer Leonard Powell, the jockey Junior Alvarado. 9, Buku, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer, Martin Garcia to ride. 10, Pounce, owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Javier Castellano. 11, Simply in Front, owned by Colebrook Farms of John Bernhaus, trained by Eddie Canile, jockey Paco Lopez. And 12, Crown Imperial, races for 4G Racing LLC of Brent Gazaway, trained by John Ortiz, the jockey Julien Leperoux. No changes in race 7, post time in less than 3 minutes.
We've got an impressive group of sophomore fillies getting ready to clash in the Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by the Japan Racing Association. And Living Magic is a very good-looking daughter of Justify. Big filly, lanky filly. She was a winner on turf in the Chelsea Flower 2 starts back. They tried her back on the synthetic in the Cincinnati Trophy, most recently at Turfway Park. But I think getting back to grass and a stakes winner in New York at 16-1, certainly one of many in here that could outrun their odds in this deep Grade 2. The number 7 horse, another one that caught my eye, Dozen Diamonds, and she's better on grass, it appears, based on her form. She's a daughter of Mendelssohn, who is a crossover type runner for the Coolmore Connections, UAE Derby winner on dirt and ran well on turf as well. And Dozen Diamonds, a winner here at Keeneland. She showed speed that day going a mile and a 16th. She showed speed going a mile at Colonial. She looks well turned out by Vicky Oliver here today, the number 7 runner, who is 45-1. And then Buku, the number 9 horse in the Rigney Racing Red and White Silk, sent out by Phil Bauer, coming off the 5-month layoff. Last we saw her here at Keeneland, she was winning the Grade 2 Jessamine Stakes presented by the Keeneland November sale. So you cannot ignore her off of this layoff. She's been working quickly over in Louisville, Kentucky for these connections. So a stakes winner at Keeneland in this Grade 2, sitting at this kind of a price of 6-1, just sums up how deep this field is here today. The all stakes pick 4 pool with a minute left before post time, nearing $500,000. To begin the all stakes pick 4, we'll begin with the Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by the Japan Racing Association. Best of luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 36th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association, Grade 2. Start of the All Stakes, Pick 4. Start of the Keeneland Turf, Pick 3. Moving into line, race 7. Buku goes in. Here's Grecian Goddess. Pounce moving into line. Carryu coming forward. Simply in front. Austere comes forward. Crown Imperial, the last to load, moves in. They're at the post. They're off in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. There goes Poolside with Slim from the inside. Pounce is there up on the far outside. Dozen Diamonds and Carryu and Living Magic all up close in the opening strides as well. Poolside with Slim from that inside starting spot has the lead, though. Hugs the rail around the first turn. Dozen Diamonds a length off the early leader in second. Pounce 3 wide around the first turn in third position. Carryu got to the rail to save some ground in fourth. Crown Imperial fifth up on the outside. Living Magic is sixth. Buku toward the outside is in seventh. Austere is eighth. Simply in front is ninth off the first turn and up the back stretch. And then Grecian Goddess, who is in the 10th position. And Grecian Goddess joined there by Mo Fox Given, moves up to her outside from 11th spot, then a break of 4 more lengths back to Dancing and Dixie, who is last. Opening quarter, 22.88 seconds. Poolside with Slim got the opening half mile, 47.25. Onto the far turn. Poolside with Slim has the lead, 3/4 of a length. Dozen Diamonds is second to her outside. Another length and a half to Pounce, who's third, midway on the far turn. Carryu is fourth, still down toward the inside, just over 2 lengths from the front. Crown Imperial fifth. Buku being asked to run. Has to go to the far outside, still 7 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Poolside with Slim has the lead. Carryu tries to move up the inside. Buku and Mo Fox Given toward the outside. Then Simply in front, who's running late. Here comes Buku coming forward to challenge Poolside with Slim. Mo Fox Given, then Dancing and Dixie, who's fourth on the outside. Buku in front. Mo Fox Given. Dancing and Dixie is running on. Buku in front. Buku wins the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association for Martin Garcia.
Can you move, please?
Well, she makes a statement once again here at Keeneland in her 3-year-old debut. That is Buku for Rigney Racing and Philip Bauer under Martin Garcia, winner of the Grade 2 Jessamine last year at the age of 2. She picks up a Grade 2 at the age of 3 and does it in impressive fashion at odds of 6 2-1. Congratulations to the connection behind this Rigney Racing homebred Buku, now a 2-time stakes winner here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 9, Buku, finished first. Number 8, Mo Fox Given, second. Number 3, Dancing in Dixie, third. Number 11, Simply in Front, was fourth. 9, 8, 3, 11, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 7th race. 9, 8, 3, 11. The official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association, Grade 2. Number 9, Buku, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer, Martine Garcia, The winning jockey, Buku, a 3-year-old Justify filly out of Flowering Peach by Galileo. Winner bred in Kentucky by Rigney Racing LLC. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 36.36 seconds. Making the trophy presentation, Ryo Saito and Taka Moriya. The Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. And congratulating the winning connections of Buku.
Buku, now a 2-time stakes winner here at Keeneland. As we visit with the connections, Martin Garcia aboard for the winning ride. Philip Bauer, the trainer of Buku in today's Appalachian, presented by the Japan Racing Association. And Martin, you fit this filly so well. What is it about the relationship that you have with her and getting her to pick it up the way that you do?
You know what? She's been working really good the last three times. And then before I say something, I got to thanks to Phil and Mr. Richard. But that filly, since first day, she's always been working with me really good. And I got to say that thanks to Phil that he gave me a chance to ride in. And she just liked me. And we just get comfortable with each other.
What was the key from the outside post today?
You know what? I think we have a really good position because we have a speed from outside and inside. And then, Phil told me that maybe she needed a race because she have a run since the Breeders' Cup. And then he just told me to just be comfortable and have a lot of confidence because we know that it's a really good filly. And then that's what I did. I just stayed all the way around comfortable, and she relaxed. And then when I asked him to go, she just kicked in, and it looked like they was going to go by me, and she was just waiting for company.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, if she needed a race, what do we do from here? Where does she go from here?
I think the original plan was the Edgewood. You know, Churchill's our home track, so we try and key on that meet. But her last couple works, it just, you know, she surprised me where she was, and it was in a good way. And, you know, we came over here knowing that she'd run well, but certainly this is a pretty good cast, and you don't expect those efforts. And, you know, I was a little worried we maybe hit the front too early, but she's game and hung on. So it's a pretty special feeling to be out here for the second time. And, you know, you come here as a kid and dream about it, and it's pretty surreal.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Buku, as you mentioned, second time out here visiting the winner's circle for this Grade 2 Appalachian presented by the Japan Racing Association.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the 23rd running of the Resolute Racing Madison Grade 1. Main track listed fast. No changes in race 8. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
Our first of two Grade 1s comes up next. Race number 8, the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes for fillies and mares 4 and up. It's going 7 furlongs, $600,000 on the line, and we're looking at Alva Star, the speedster, at odds of 4-1 right now on the tote board. Hasn't raced since her return at the age of 4 in the American Beauty at Oaklawn Park, going 6 furlongs in the mud. She was impressive that day. I don't think we saw the best of Alva Star. I think she is capable even more of what we saw from her, more than that, what we saw from her in that stakes win. The question for this filly is not ability. It's going 7/8 of a mile, and I'm hopeful that up to the age of 4 now, she'll have a bit more left in the tank, and maybe will relax a little bit more when she needs to. She is fast. She's the fastest horse in this race. There's no question about it. And at odds of 4-1, I'll go with her over Vava, who caught her in the Lexus Raven run the last time we saw these two fillies here at Keeneland, going 7 furlongs. And the fact that Vava doesn't have that race since the Lexus Raven run is why I end up on Alva Star. She just comes down to odds of 3-1. Having that race under her belt, in my opinion, is going to be crucial in today's Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. The number 3 horse, Hot and Sultry, at 11-1 on the board right now. She's back to doing, in my opinion, what she wants to do. That is going 1 turn. This is the daughter of Speitster for Joanne and Alex Lieblong, trained by Norm Cassie. Her last 1-turn race was in the Grade 3 Chaluki in late November at Churchill Downs. She won by 8 lengths that day. She didn't quite catch the type of field that she's obviously facing in this Grade 1 here today, but you look at her 1-turn races, she's run against some of the best in recent years, including Matareya, Yagiri. In those 1-turn events, she won the American Beauty Stakes last season at the end of January at Oaklawn Park. So the 1-turn angle on Hot and Sultry, I think, will be key here today, but the question is, can she come from out of it if need be, with the way that speed is holding over this race course on the dirt at Keeneland Racecourse. And then Vava, the current favorite, at odds of 9-5. Question there for her as well. How far back will she be? She was close in her last race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes in October at Keeneland. It's been 5 months since we've seen this now 4-year-old filly by Gunrunner compete. But she likes it here at Keeneland. She's straightforward. She's got a brilliant style, especially for 7 furlongs, laying off the pace. And Cherie DeVoe does such a phenomenal job, especially with these high-quality stakes horses that we're seeing more and more come out of that barn here at Keeneland. She is legit, and I think deserving of that 2-1 favoritism that she is getting, even though I'm going to Alva Star in this situation. It's a matter of pace. It's a matter of the 7 furlongs distance. If this race was a furlong shorter, it'd be all about Alva Star. But in this Grade 1 Madison, it comes down to 7 furlongs, and you can see out the trip. It's going to be an interesting race, so much depth to it, and these Grade 1s are always a treat, especially here at Keeneland. This begins another pick 4. This is the late pick 4. Race number 8 begins it. The Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes, 7 furlongs with $600,000 on the line. Less than 11 minutes till post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 23rd running of the Resolute Racing Madison. Grade 1, fillies and mares age 4 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 8. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Post time in 7 minutes. Parading to the post for the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison. Number 1 Sterling Silver, owned by Mark Anderson, trained by Tom Albertrani. Javier Castellano is the jockey. 2 Red Carpet Ready, owned by Ashbrook Farm of Sandra Bromagin. Upland Flats Racing, Patrick Lewis, trained by Rusty Arnold. Luis Saez will ride. 3 Hot and Sultry, owned by Joanne and Alex LeBlanc, trained by Norm Cassie. Ricardo Santana Jr. is up. 4 Icicles, owned by Dixiana Farms LLC of William Shively, trained by John Ennis. Jockey Edgar Morales. 5 Mary Quite Contrary, owned by Rodney Lundock, trained by Eddie Plisa Jr. Luca Panici is up. 6 Alvastar, owned by Dale Ladner, trained by Brett Brinkman. Jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7 Big Pond, races for George Krikorian, trainer Tim Yakteen. Jockey Flavian Pratt. Number 8 Fava, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, Edward Hudson Jr., West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, Nice Guy Stables LLC of Steve Spielman, and Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Finnemore and others, trained by Cherie DeVoe, Irad Ortiz Jr. to ride. Post time at 5 minutes.
Here's a pretty mare, Sterling Silver, the gray daughter of Cupid, who comes off of a win at Tampa Bay Downs in a $50,000 handicap. She's just dappled out and pretty. 7-1 right now on the board. She's won 3 of her last 4. She's a grade 2 winner up in New York, going 6.5 furlongs. It's not going to be an easy place for her to win from down on the inside, and she's going to be outrun, but she is well turned out, Sterling Silver, with Javier Castellano in the saddle. Let's talk about the 2-horse Red Carpet Ready, the daughter of Oscar Performance, who started off her career winning 3 in a row, including the Grade 3 Forward Gal last season at the age of 3. Looked like she got a little sidetracked 2 starts back in the victory ride, but she recovered well in the Hurricane Birdie in her most recent effort. She's a type that can keep up with them in stock under Luis Saez. 9-2 is a great number on this filly, considering she's won 5 of 7, and she is a multiple stakes winner and multiple graded stakes winner. She won the 8 Bell Stakes Grade 2 on Derby weekend last year at Churchill Downs. Much like Buku, the price on this filly shows the depth of this field in the Grade 1 Madison. And the number 7 horse Big Pond, coming in from Southern California for George Krikorian. She's 5-1 right now. She was inches away from winning the Grade 1 La Brea Stakes on opening day at Santa Anita. Just nosed out by Daddy's Ruby. She bounced back last time out against California Bred Company in the Spring Fever, that race at the end of February. She is legit as well at 5-1. Again, just an example of how good this race is. There are cases to be made for every single one of these horses in the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. Less than 4 minutes to post. Vava continues to be the favorite at odds of 2-1 as she warms up and makes her return for the first time since her last race in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, when she was able to win that race at the end of October, and one of our clocker picks this morning on Today at Keeneland. The late pick 4 begins here. The pool quickly approaching $300,000. Grade 1 company competing next here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 23rd running of the Resolute Racing Madison, Grade 1. Start of the late pick 4, moving into line for race 8. Alva Star moves into line. Icicles moves into the gate. Big Pond goes in, waiting for Vava, the last one. Goes in, they are at the post. And they're off in the Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. There goes Vava from the outside. Hot and Sultry has early speed. Icicles, Alva Star, and also Red Carpet Ready up close down to the inside. Alva Star pokes ahead in front. Icicles right there with her, though. And then Red Carpet Ready moves up from the inside. Hot and Sultry moves from third into second. Front 4 in a line. Vava going to back away from that front foursome into the 5th position as they head for the far turn, followed by Big Pond, who's 1 length behind her in 6th. It's followed by Sterling Silver to the inside next to last, and Mary Quite Contrary trails 21.98 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Hot and Sultry from the outside. Red Carpet Ready from the inside. That's the battle for the lead. Midway on the far turn. Top 2 separated by a neck. Here's Alva Star seeking to join them. Has to swing to the far outside. From third, still 2 lengths off the lead. Icicles is dropping back. Vava is still running 6 lengths from the lead. A quarter mile to go. They turn for home. Here's Alva Star right alongside of Red Carpet Ready. These two going at it. Just over a furlong to go in the Resolute Racing Madison. Alva Star has struck the lead. Vava is running late, still third, challenging for second past the 16th pole, still 2.5 lengths behind the leader in deep stretch. Alva Star with Vava running on. Here comes the wire. Alva Star wins the Resolute Racing Madison under Tyler Gaffalione.
Alva Star able to turn the tables today on Vava, who is coming, but Alva Star, a different approach today, off the pace, and she gets the 7 furlongs in 1:23.1. The daughter of Lord Nelson, off of her win at Oaklawn Park, picks up the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison in style. A 5-time winner from 8 starts. She's not just speed, she can track and win, as she's now a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 6, Alva Star, finished first. Number 8, Vava, was second. Number 2, Red Carpet Ready, third. Number 1, Sterling Silver, fourth. 6-8-2-1, unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 6-8-2-1, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 23rd running of the Resolute Racing Madison Grade 1, number 6, Alva Star. The winner owned by Dale Ladner, trained by Brett Brinkman, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Alva Star, a 4-year-old filly by Lord Nelson out of Sittin' at the Bar by Into Mischief. The winner bred in Kentucky by Brett Brinkman and Dale Ladner. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.36 seconds. For Resolute Racing, owner John Stewart and director of breeding and bloodstock Chelsea Stone make the trophy presentation for the Resolute Racing Madison to the connections of Alva Star.
Alva Star securing the Grade 1 in the Resolute Racing Madison Grade 1 here at Keeneland. Brett Brinkman and Tyler Gaffleone. Was that the plan, to take off the pace here today, given how fast this filly had been in her previous races?
No, but there's a lot of speed up there. I didn't want to get in a four-way battle, so I just tried to sit, and she relaxed for me. And when I caught on her, she really responded well. All the credit goes to Connections. They brought over here ready to run. I just had steered her around there.
Having the matchup again with Vava and the way she came on in the Lexus Raven run, did you have a sense that she was coming to you and lurking?
I peeked over at the screen about the 8th pole, and I saw somebody was to my outside, but my filly was still running at that point, and I was fairly confident we were going to be able to get the job done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brett, she's so fast. That's what we expected. She tracked off the pace today. As Tyler said, they were stacked up. What did you think as this race developed leaving the starting gate?
Had no fear. I mean, everybody calls her a need to lead horse, but she's not. She's really not.
Did that benefit her coming from off the pace, you think, in this situation?
Oh, definitely. The way they stacked up down the backside, it sure did. Yeah, without a doubt.
Have we
a great race.
How good is this filly?
She's pretty good. I mean, she's a Grade 1 winner. What can I say? The special ones win Grade 1s. But, she has her distance limitations, there's no doubt. But, we'll see where we go. Hopefully we can capture another one and keep going.
Congratulations on the Grade 1 here at Keeneland.
Thank you very much.
Alva Star, Grade 1 Madison Stakes winner at Keeneland Racecourse.
Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the 28th running of the Shakertown Grade 2. The turf listed good, the rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Takeout number 13, Mark of the Z, did not draw into the race. 9th race coming up.
turf sprinters get their opportunity here today in the Grade 2 Shakertown. 5.5 furlongs on the good listed turf course. We're looking at Arzak. He tends to have energy, and he's showing it right now in the paddock as he stays away from the saddling stalls. He is a beautiful, beautiful chestnut son of Not This Time, a 7-time winner, who was last seen 5 months back in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Santa Anita. Ran a big race from an outside draw, post 11 that day. Winner of the Woodford Grade 2 at nearly 12-1 in that setup race for the Breeders' Cup, and that obviously took place right here at Keeneland. He's just gotten good. There's no way of mixing words on how good this horse got last year, and he was a good horse prior to that, but he really blossomed into one of the better turf sprinters that we have in North American racing, and I see no reason to think otherwise about him today in this Grade 2 Shakertown. He's 5-2, just clicked up to 3-1 on the board right now, so I'll go back to Arzak, looking to go 2 for 2 on this turf course against Stakes Company, having won the Grade 2 Woodford back during the fall meet here at Keeneland. The number 8 horse, Front Run the Fed, 30-1 right now. This is a big number on a horse that has ability, and in my opinion, he gets back to what he's at his best doing, and that's going these 5.5 furlong distances. They sent him west to Del Mar and Santa Anita in his last 2. He went too far in the Grade 2 Seabiscuit at 1 1/16, and then last time out in the Joe Hernandez Stakes, caught a good listed turf course, Forbidden Kingdom, got loose, went slow on the front end, and was able to keep on going, so he was not able to pick up the pieces in that running of the Joe Hernandez Stakes during the beginning of the meet at Santa Anita. He'll get a faster pace to run at today, and he's won here at Keeneland in the past. In fact, he sprung an upset when he won his race in his 4 tries at Keeneland. His last try at Keeneland was in against Allowance Company, going 5.5 furlongs, and that was the day in which he won at 12-1. And it even ran in a Breeders' Cup, the Breeders' Cup Mile, back in 2022 here at Keeneland at 121-1. But at 30-1, now 29-1, in my opinion, does not speak to the opportunity that Front Run the Fed has with Ray Gutierrez reuniting with this now 8-year-old son of Fed Biz. The number 2 horse sits at 10-1, Sousa Summer for Bill Mott. He had a very good winner down at Fairgrounds, and that's clear by looking at his past performances. The competition does get stiffer, but he ran some big races in both of those efforts, going 5.5 furlongs. I have a feeling that this is a runner for Bill Mott that we're going to see big things from in this turf sprint division, given the progress that he has made in Stakes Company and now stepping up to graded stakes types. He's got a nice inside draw, 10-1 on the number 2 horse, Sousa Summer. Now's the time to bet on these types of horses that are ascending in the ranks, especially at these prices, because if he runs big, it might be a while before you get 10-1 on the board in today's Shakertown Stakes at Keeneland.
I like the 10-hour shot here as the top selection for trainer John Terranova. I thought it was a useful prep race last time out. It was at Turfway back in March, and he kind of came on with a late run, but I don't think the pace scenario really played into his favor that day. Today, I think it's a completely different scenario. He gets a nice pace to close into. He's probably a little bit better on the turf. His last time out was his first time on the synthetic. And yes, he was defeated by Arzak in the Grade 2 Woodford right here at Keeneland in the fall. But I think he can turn the tables on him today just because of that last prep race, whereas Arzak is making his first race of the year. So the 10, I think, looks great in here, our shot.
He's 7-1 right now on the board, Gabby. That is our shot. 12 minutes to post before our next stakes race, the Grade 2 Shakertown, and then we'll get into the Grade 1 featured event of the afternoon, the Grade 1 $1 million 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes still to come. But first up, the Shakertown here at Keeneland in less than 11 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 28th running of the Shakertown Grade 2, a stakes for 3-year-olds and up at 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the 13. Mark of the Z did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Shakertown, number 1, Amon, owned by Robert Cochran, trained by Joe Orsino, Paco Lopez, the jockey. 2, Sosua Summer, owned by Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, owned also by Gary Barber. RT Racing Stable of Ramon Talaj, trained by Bill Mott, jockey Luis Saez. 3, Mischief Magic, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 4, Beer Can Man, owned by Little Red Feather Racing of Billy Koch, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, Sterling Stables LLC of Kevin Bogart, trained by Phil D'Amato, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Bad Beat Brian, owned by Marsico Brothers Racing, Jonathan, Lewis Jr., Lewis III, and Michael Marsico, trained by Brittany Vandenberg, the jockey Chris Amy. 6, Arzak races for Sonata Stable of Mark Tacker, trained by Mike Trombetta, Irad Ortiz Jr. to ride. 7, Let My People Go, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Victoria Oliver, jockey Martin Garcia. Number 8, Front Run the Fed, owned by George Sharp, trained by Kyle Caramore, the jockey Ray Gutierrez. 9, Panther Island, owned by Golden Colonel Racing Stable of Paula Zalay, trained by Laura Cazares, Jose Ortiz, is up. 10, Hour Shot, owned by Gatsis Stables of Mike Gatsis, owned also by Steve Schoenfeld and John Terranova, trained by John Terranova, the jockey Javier Castellano. 11, Coppola, owned by Hammer Time Stable of Michael Karras, owned by SOK Racing of Robert Berenson. The trainer is Dale Romans, the jockey Edgard Zayas. Number 12, Yes, I Am Free, owned by Golden Colonel Racing Stable of Paula Zalay, trained by Laura Cazares, the jockey Junior Alvarado. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
There's a look at the current favorite on the board, the number 3 horse for Godolphin, Mischief Magic for Charlie Appleby. He ran in Qatar last time out, finishing 3rd in a Group 3 event behind a very nice filly in Emirati Anna. Was a winner of the Dubai Sprint prior to that during the Carnival meeting. This is a more difficult scenario, certainly in my opinion, than what he saw the last time he was in the U.S. And I would even say a step up in class from those last 2 races, even though he ships in from the international scene. He's got that red hood on, which is typical of the European runners and especially Godolphin runners, which will be taken off once they approach the starting gate. But Mischief Magic, Godolphin had a runner yesterday, Musical Art, and he was one of the favorites in yesterday's Transylvania Stakes. It didn't fire as expected, but we'll see how Mischief Magic is able to do here today. Keep in mind his win was almost 2 years ago at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, and he's facing a group of very seasoned, older type turf sprinters. So we'll see how he handles this here this afternoon in the Shakertown. Arzak, the number 6 horse, in my opinion, he's always been a high-energy horse. We saw it down in the paddock. We've seen it from him when he was preparing for the Breeders' Cup at the end of the fall last year when he worked on the turf course here at Keeneland. He's gotten sweaty, though. That is something that is worth noting and observing. I cannot recall if this was the norm for him back when he won the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes, but he's a pretty horse. There's no question about it, and I think it's just part of his high-energy nature as he sits at odds of 3-1 on the tote board. The 11 horse, Coppola, for trainer Dale Romans. He's a 7-time winner from 18 starts, a Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale graduate from the 2022 sale. He's become a stakes winner since that Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale 2 years back. Dale Roman's just telling me he's training well. It's just a matter of if he's good enough, and that's the case. There are so many good horses in this race, and Coppola sitting at 10-1 right now, looking for his third consecutive stakes win, and he was well back in that last race at Keeneland when he was in the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes. I would imagine they're hoping for better position here today from the outside draw. 2 minutes to post before the Grade 2 Shakertown at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 28th running of the Shakertown Grade 2. Moving into line, 9th race. Panther Island goes in. Now Bad Beat Brian and also Our Shot coming forward. Coppola moves into line. Arzak and Yes, I Am Free, the last two. Last one going in at the post. They're off in the Shakertown. Yes, I Am Free. Broke alertly. Comes right up for the lead. Coppola outrunning second. Bad Beat Brian third. Arzak away fourth. Beer Can Man is fifth. Panther Island is in sixth. Sosua Summer is seventh. Amon is eighth against the rail. Our Shot far outside in ninth. Let My People Go is in 10th position. Mischief Magic is 11th against the rail. Nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Into the far turn. Front Run the Fed is last of the 12. Back up front. Yes, I Am Free. Leading Coppola by just over a length. 21.61 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Bad Beat Brian third, right behind the leader, tucked away against the rail around the far turn, flanked by Arzak. Fourth up on the outside, still 5 from the front. Beer Can Man is next, still 7 from the lead as they turn for home. Mischief Magic is still far back, top of the lane. Yes, I Am Free. Bad Beat Brian to the inside. Coppola is there. Arzak up on the outside, then Our Shot. Mischief Magic is still far back. It's still wide open. Arzak's coming forward, though, to get the lead from Yes, I Am Free in second. Mischief Magic, Our Shot. Amon is running up the inside. Arzak has the lead. Amon up the inside. Arzak with the lead. Arzak winning it for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Off at odds of 7-2, Arzak, now a two-time stakes winner here at Keeneland. His follow-up to his win in the Grade 2 Woodford, and he does it today in the Shakertown during this spring meet. A sensational performance once again from the son of Not This Time, who has just gotten better over the last couple of seasons, and he maintains that form today in the Grade 2 Shakertown. When Irad Ortiz Jr. said go, he said let's get on with it in today's Grade 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 6, Arzak, was first. Number 3, Mischief Magic, second. Number 1, Amon, third. And number 10, Our Shot, was fourth. 6-3-1-10, unofficial. Race 9, results official. 6-3-1-10, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's ninth race, 28th running of the Shakertown Grade 2, number 6, Arzak, owned by Sonata Stable of Mark Tacker, trained by Mike Trombetta. 2 wins today for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Arzak, a 6-year-old son of Not This Time, out of Delightful Melody by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by John Oxley. Keeneland September graduate Arzak gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good in 1 minute 2.93 seconds. Making the trophy presentation for the Shakertown Keeneland board member and Shakertown board member serving for 19 years, Robert Clay, presenting to the connections of Arzak.
Arzak, brilliant once again here at Keeneland, this time in the Grade 2 Shakertown, sent out by Michael Trombetta and Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the ride. He seemed like he had so much energy before the race. How was he leading up to getting in the starting gate?
It was beautiful because the trainer told me all about him. He don't like to be with the pony, so we keep him by himself. He behaved really good. He warmed up really good, and the rest was all about him.
How was the race? What was the approach for you?
That's perfect. He broke so sharp. After that, just buying my time, riding behind the speed, I follow Saya Source Coppola. I mean, he take me all the way to the quarter pole. I just buying my time to ask my horse, and he responded really well. Thanks to Mike for the great job and the owner, Mike Tasha, for giving me the opportunity.
Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you.
Mike, to come back for the first time since the Breeders' Cup and back to a place where he'd done so well, what was the process like in getting him back for this new season?
We gave him a little vacation after the Breeders' Cup, but they sent him to Ocala to winter. But we brought him up to Fair Hill pretty early this year, like in early February, so we could get him started. And fortunately, the weather cooperated, and we didn't miss any works, and he's trained brilliantly all winter.
Is he just a prime example of a horse that has just gotten better as things have progressed in his career?
Yeah, his last 3 races are as good as anything he's ever done. And I was a little worried, coming off the layoff that he would be ready, but he showed up and did what he was needed to do.
2-time stakes winner here at Keeneland. How's that sound with Arzak?
It's hard to do, so I'm hope to be back here in the fall with him.
We hope to see you. Congratulations.
Yep, thank you.
Arzak, best of all in the Grade 2 Shakertown.
Keeneland's 10th and featured race upcoming, the 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Grade 1. Main track listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, scratch the 11 Encino. Number 11 Encino is scratched.
The main event of the afternoon is upon us, the 100th running of the $1 million Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Grade 1, and it is the favorite to the outside, Sierra Leone, the number 10 horse, who's sitting at 6-5. But Gabby and I both on board with Just a Touch, who is right now sitting as the third choice in the wagering at odds of 7-2. I think that I speak for the both of us that we expect to see the best race from him to date off of those two efforts that have kicked off his career, Gabby, at Fairgrounds and that runner-up finish to Deterministic, who we did not see fire his best shot in the Wood Memorial not long back this afternoon up in New York. But bottom line is the way that this colt has trained, the touting that has gone into this horse well before he debuted, the expectations are big, and if they want to get into the Derby, they need a big effort from Just a Touch, and I think 2 turns, you're going to see the biggest effort of his career.
Well, I always like to see, especially horses this time of year, get that progression of races. He started off going 3/4, then he happened to stretch out in the Gotham going the 1-turn mile, and now today finally he stretches out to the farthest distance of 1 mile and a 16th. He needs to, in order to win this race, he needs to improve, Scott. But when I look at his races, sometimes we say to ourselves, oh, a sloppy track improved horses. I don't think that was the case for him. I actually think it hurt him, judging by kind of his action last time out in the Gotham. So I'm happy to see him get to a fast main track, but I do think he has to be forwardly placed, judging by how this track is playing.
We saw a rematch earlier in the Grade 1 Madison. Alva Star turning the tables on Vava. We have the rematch here in this Grade 1 as we expected and look forward to between Dornoch and Sierra Leone. Dornoch, he was able to come back on Sierra Leone in the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes over a muddy course at the beginning of December at the end of their 2-year-old season. He came out of that, beat 4 others in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. Danny Gargan has said that this horse has progressed from a fitness and preparation standpoint to get better each and every step of the way, saying he's 95% ready here today versus perhaps 85 going into the Fountain of Youth. He looks good. He's acting well down here. And reminder, he is a full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner from a year ago in Mage.
Yeah, out of that damn Puka. And this horse, look, you can't go against what he needed to do. Last time out, he won the race. A lot of people were down on that race just because of all the late scratches that came out of the Fountain of Youth. And the reality of it is, Scott, it was not a good race. It was some of the horses that he competed against in that particular field this year. But he can improve because he wasn't at 100%. It was a slow pace. He did what he needed to do, and I project him to take a big step forward. Now, pace scenario, Danny Gargan said he might want to experiment today and take this horse off the lead. If that's the case, who goes?
Sierra Leone, he'll be coming from off the pace, but will that be effective today here at Keeneland over this dirt course? He comes from well out of it. He is a closer. There's no question about it. He was so impressive in his Risen Star Stakes where he ran past Track Phantom and he beat Catching Freedom, who would exit that race and win the Louisiana Derby. Chad Brown opting to come back here to Keeneland, a place that he's had so much success. He's got a world of talent, but will they come back to him when it counts here today going 1 mile and an 1/8 is the big question.
Well, they didn't come back to him in the Risen Star because Track Phantom, he set the tempo the entire way around there, and he absolutely ran the pace setters down. He's going to have to do the same thing today. I don't know that the track is playing the same way that it was at the Fairgrounds last time out, and you obviously have to deal with that longer stretch at the Fairgrounds, not necessarily the case here at Keeneland, but he is a very nice horse, and he improved his focus with the blinkers on last time out. I'm excited to see what he's made of here.
Chad Brown has 3 in here. Let's touch on one of those others that will be competing in the Toyota Bluegrass Good Money. Is there an excuse for his 4th place finish last time out in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Derby?
It was a little chaotic, the Tampa Bay Derby. There was a tote issue, so these horses had to wait upwards of maybe 30 minutes prior to the race, and it was a very, very hot day. I wasn't there, but I was watching it, and that is asking a lot of these horses. I mean, this horse only had 1 career race that was at Tampa, so the fact that he had to take on all of that, I just think it was a good race last time out. He might be capable of better, and we're talking about Chad Brown at 40-1.
This is as good as it gets. The Grade 1 $1 million Toyota Bluegrass waiting for the riders up call as we are less than 10 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Grade 1. 3-year-olds at 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 11 in Sino. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Parading to the post for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Number 1, Top Connor, owned by Flanagan Racing of Sean Flanagan, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 2, BU, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 3, Seize the Gray, owned by My Racehorse of Michael Behrens, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Nick Juarez. 4, Door Knock, owned by West Paces Racing of Larry Connolly, R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III, Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, 2-8 Racing of Jason Worth, Pine Racing Stables of Mark Pine, trainer Danny Gargan, jockey Luis Saez. 5, Good Money, races for the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trainer Chad Brown, jockey Javier Castellano. 6, Just a Touch, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani. Resolute Racing of John Stewart, owned also by Mark DeTample, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 7, Lat Long, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, the trainer Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 8, Epic Ride, owned by Welch Racing LLC of George Huff, trained by John Ennis, the jockey Adam Beschitza. 9, Mugatu, owned by Average Joe Racing Stables Limited of Christopher T. Britton, owned also by Dan Wells, the trainer Jeff Engler, the jockey Joe Talamo. And number 10, Sierra Leone, owned by Peter Brandt, Mrs. John Magner, Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, Westerberg Limited of Michael Kustner, and Brooke Smith, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Post time in 3 minutes for the Toyota Bluegrass.
Closing in on post time to the Grade 1 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass. $1 million on the line. Let's touch on the number 2 horse, BU, for the Rapoli Stable, a Keeneland September sale graduate yearling from 2022. Took him a while to break his maiden, but as a maiden, running against Grade 1 company twice over in the Hopeful Stakes and the Grade 1 American Pharoah, but he put it together last time out, going 7/8 of a mile, as he'll get back to 2 turns for the first time since the last race of his 2-year-old campaign, and maybe he's just grown up since the end of his 2-year-old year.
Look, his last race is as fast as the best of many of the horses that he's facing. When I'm looking at his Beyer speed figures, Scott, he posted a 96 Beyer last time out, a career best. That's 6 points faster than the race that Sierra Leone posted. So that's just some food for thought. Maybe this is a horse that's maturing and getting good at the right time. And like you said, his maiden special weight races were tough. He faced horses like Muth, Just Steel, some really, really nice 3-year-olds. He's an interesting horse to me. I didn't really like him off of his past performances, but I really like him after watching him warm up on the track.
He's 9-1 right now, the number 2 horse, BU. The 6-5 favorite, Sierra Leone, the son of Gunrunner, winner of the Risen Star Stakes. He is a gorgeous athlete animal. $2.3 million is what this horse cost when they acquired him back in 2022, and he has not disappointed in any of his races, including his defeat in the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes just behind Door Knock.
I could watch him all day, just gallop. He's a beautiful horse, Scott. I mentioned this when he ran in the Risen Star when we were on site at the fairgrounds last time out. He's bred to be a classic type of horse. He looks like a classic type of horse. He really does check all the boxes, Scott, and he couldn't look any better shipping into the Bluegrass today.
The starting gate is going into position for the 1 1/8 distance. Horses coming towards the gate off the far turn. It is post time for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, the 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, Grade 1. Moving into line for the 10th. Door Knock comes forward. And Epic Ride. Good Money moving into line. Mugatu. Sierra Leone will be the last to load. Last one goes in. At the post. And they're off in the Toyota Bluegrass. There goes Top Connor out for the early lead. Top Connor right out of the gate and right to the front. Just a touch. Moves up toward the outside to press the issue now in second. Dornock away third. Good Money is in fourth position. Epic Ride is a wide fifth. BU is away running in sixth. Sees the Gray between horses seventh. Lat Long a bit wide around the first turn. 3 lanes off the rail in eighth. Sierra Leone is in ninth position. Mugatu is last of the 10. Top Connor is the leader. Top Connor on top by 3/4 of a length. Headed on to the back stretch. Just a touch goes second just off his flank in 23.15 seconds for the opening quarter. And then further back, Epic Ride is third by just a neck. Dornock is fourth against the rail, just 2 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more. BU sneaks up the rail into the 5th position. Good Money, 6th on the outside. And is followed by Seize the Gray in 7th. Lat Long is 8th. Mugatu is 9th. And Sierra Leone is last of 10, facing a lot of traffic to deal with onto the far turn. 46.48 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Top Connor, the leader. Top Connor leads a length and a half. Just a touch is second by a length to Epic Ride, who's third a half length. Dornock is still there in fourth to the inside. And BU is in fifth and still 7 lengths off the lead. Now Sierra Leone is toward the center of the pack, looking toward the outside. 8 lengths to make up. Just over a quarter mile to go. Top Connor is the leader. Epic Ride swings wide. Just a touch between horses. Dornock has to shift lanes along with Sierra Leone. That pair out in the center of the track, still 5 lengths off the lead as they move by the 8th pole. Just a touch has taken the lead from Top Connor. Sierra Leone is running on from the outside. A 16th to go. Sierra Leone comes forward for the lead and deep stretch and wins the Toyota Bluegrass for Tyler Gaffalione. Just a touch was second. Epic Ride was third. 1 minute, 50.08 seconds.
Well, folks, you just witnessed the real deal here with Sierra Leone, the son of gunrunner for Chad Brown. He is gobbling up the ground in the late stages of this race. Just a touch is his target down to his inside, but the big strides of this 3-year-old colt under Tyler Gaffalione get him there well in time.
This is a serious racehorse, Scott. My goodness. He had to take on so much dirt, a little bit of traffic on the backside as well, and obviously to close well from off of the pace and run down some of these front runners, and he did it with ease. Look at his ears forward at the wire. Sierra Leone, the winner of the Toyota Bluegrass.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and featured race. Number 10, Sierra Leone, finished first. Number 6, Just a Touch, was second. Number 8, Epic Ride, third. Number 4, Dornock, was fourth. 10-6-8-4, unofficial. 100th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes Grade 1. The winner, number 10, Sierra Leone. Owned by Peter Brandt, Mrs. John Magner, Michael Tabor, Derek Smith. Westerberg Limited of Michael Kustner and Brooke T. Smith. The trainer, Chad Brown. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione, for his second win on the card. And the results are official for this 10th race feature, as Sierra Leone, a 3-year-old son of gun runner out of Heavenly Love by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Debbie Oxley. 9 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 50.08 seconds. Two wins today for trainer Chad Brown, 2 wins for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Trophy presentation is next. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation for this milestone edition of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. Mr. Kerry Creech, President, Toyota Motor Manufacturing, Kentucky. Mr. Scott Nyheisel, General Manager, Toyota Motor Sales, Cincinnati. Mr. Clay Green, Toyota Dealers Association, Central Kentucky. They present the trophy to the connections of Sierra Leone.
Tyler Gaffalione, the winning rider of the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass aboard Sierra Leone. Let's go back to the start, because it took him a long time to get into the starting gate. Why do you think that was? Was he balking at something?
I think it was just a crowd. You know, we break right in front of him here. Everybody's lined up against the rail. They're all excited. It's the last horse going in, so I think it just kind of got to him, got him a little nervous.
Take us through the trip, and what you were seeing unfold in front of you today?
I loved everything about it. He didn't break the sharpest, but it actually gave me time to get over, save some ground into that first turn. He took the dirt just fine. Down the backside, he got into a great rhythm. From the 5/8 pole on, he was moving like a winner. I was able to save some ground in the second turn, pop him out, and he has so much talent. I can't thank the ownership group enough. Chad Brown, he's done a great job. His team, just so thankful to be part of this.
Obviously, this is a prep to bigger things, to the Kentucky Derby. So you want to know if a horse has a little bit more left in the tank. How easy was this for him today?
He made the lead way too easy today. Actually got there a little quicker than I thought I would. I actually tapped on him a little bit at the 5/16 to slow down because he was really wanting to get going. But he just has so much ability. He does things so easy. We haven't even got close to the bottom of him yet.
Congrats, Tyler. Scott?
Here with Peter Brandt, part of the ownership group, as well as Brooks Smith and the trainer Chad Brown. And Chad, just to piggyback off what Gabby was mentioning, watching him do his thing before going into the starting gate, had you seen any of that before with Sierra Leone?
He hesitates a touch here and there, but really the outside post with a wonderful large crowd we have at Keeneland today got him just a little bit stirred up, Tyler said, and probably just from the outside post. But we'll do plenty of gate schooling before the Derby, and I just don't anticipate that being a problem for him.
How easy is this for this horse?
Well, he's just a natural athlete. I'm so lucky. I'm so appreciative of the ownership group. Of course, Peter and Brooks are here, but the Magner family, all their wonderful partners, was Tabor, Smith, Westerberg. They couldn't make it today, but I'm so fortunate. I mean, look, he's been a star since he's been born. The Oxleys are here who bred the horse, and Tyler did such a great job, and I have a great team. And it's just, we're just trying to just maintain pretty much the way he's been his whole life, this horse, a special horse.
Has he fully figured it out, in your opinion, with the way that he does and wins these races?
I don't know about if they ever fully figure it out, but he's only had a handful of starts, but there's such good chemistry with Tyler and Sierra Leone his last 2 starts. As you see, he wants to lean in a little bit, but it's never too bad. He's still polishing off his experience and his skills, and I just think that mile and a quarter won't be a problem going forward. I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations on another Toyota Bluegrass here at Keeneland.
Thank you.
Mr. Brandt, you have won so many big races all over the world, including the Arc de Triomphe and Grade 1s here at Keeneland, but to be in this position with this kind of horse and the raw ability that he's shown us, what does this mean to you?
Well, I'm just so proud to be an owner of this horse with this great group of friends in the ownership, and I think this is a great race, a great prep for the Kentucky Derby, and it's always been a great prep. And I think this year it's especially strong. Probably 3 or 4 of the nicest horses in the crop are in this field, so it's a wonderful day for us, and just want to thank the partners, and Chad's done a great job with this horse. He's been with them all the time. He called me in September and said, this is a special horse. I think this is the best 2-year-old I have, and he was right. It's hard to predict that, but he was right, and I'm just delighted and very proud to be out here on this wonderful day to win a classic like this.
It's a special place. Congratulations, Mr. Brandt. Just a quick word with Brooke. You're a Louisville guy.
Exactly.
You're here. You got Derby dreams. You're on to the Kentucky Derby. You ready for this journey?
How can anyone be ready for something like this? To have a horse that runs like this with the connections, that just the purity of the training, the jockey just planning up to it, taking the time. Each race, makes your heart drop. He's a deep closer, and that's a lot to watch. But come on, being from Kentucky and to be in this spot, speechless. The first Saturday May could get interesting. There's a lot of nice horses that are headed that direction, but I think we're pretty happy with the one we have.
You wouldn't trade spots with anyone, as they say.
No shot.
Congratulations on the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Sierra Leone stamping himself as one of the top, if not the top 3-year-old in this crop, heading towards the first Saturday in May following this brilliant win in the 100th running of the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
Thank you, Scott and Gabby. Race 11 to close the card coming up. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Carryover just over $11,000. Scratch the 1, Camp Hope. Number 1, Camp Hope is a scratch. A reminder, the turf is listed good. The rail at 0 feet. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Blandford Stud. An allowance for 4-year-olds and up at 1.16 over the turf, listed good. The rail at 0 feet today. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,321. Scratch the 1, Camp Hope. Number 1, Camp Hope is scratched. Overweight, the 6, a credit. The Jockey, 1 pound over. 6, a credit. The Jockey, 1 pound over. Post time coming up in about 3 minutes.
This is the final race on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon here at Keeneland. We're looking at the 3-horse Running B, my top selection, 6-5, as he leads the warm-up here after breaking away from the post braid and the pony. He is coming off of a 2-month layoff. He's a son of English Channel, and as we've mentioned many times in the past, the sons and daughters of English Channel just seem to get better with age. He's now a 5-year-old making his second start at the age of 5. Recent runner-up against Grade 3 Company, finding this allowance condition in which he suits this condition. And the last time we saw him here at Keeneland, he went wire to wire going 1 1/8. We'll see if the 1 1/16 agrees with him, but I would say that the step down in class that he's taking is going to be a big plus. I would imagine that the number 4 horse just to his outside will likely take the initiative and take the lead away from him, but you've got to respect him, no doubt, and many do. Running B looking to give Chad Brown the late daily double following that big win with Sierra Leone in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. The number 5 horse is Masterpiece. He's taking a big drop down in class as well. He was 12th last time out in the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup Turf Invitational behind Warm Heart, a Coolmore Aidan O'Brien filly who came in and beat the boys, set a stakes record time in doing so. So being beaten 6 lengths in that instance and now coming into this situation, this will be an easier race for him. 8-5 on the board right now for the 8-year-old son of Master Craftsman. He too a past winner at Keeneland, which does not hurt his cause. And then Dominican Pioneer, the number 4 horse, 6-1. He's a speed threat. He'll try to take him gate to wire, in my opinion. He's a horse that has been showing very much a lot of speed, especially at Kentucky Downs and most recently at Churchill going at 1 1/8. Biggest plus for him is the cutback in distance here today. And he caught good ground in 2 of his last 3 starts, but hopefully it's a little bit quicker than what he saw. And I think it is based on the times that we've seen today here at Keeneland on the turf course. So he's a threat at 6-1 to try to take him from the gate to wire out on the front end. It's the 11th and final for race number 11. This is race number 11, an allowance race going 1 1/16 on the good listed turf course. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High 5 with that $11,000 plus carryover coming in from yesterday. Your final opportunities to get wagers in here at Keeneland on this Saturday.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Blandford Stud. Moving into line, race 11. Masterpiece prepares to move into line. A Credit comes forward. 2 left to load. Ocean Atlantique. Injunction, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Running B toward the inside. Here's a Credit from the outside, and Dominican Pioneer between that pair. Running B going to settle back toward the rail now. It allows Dominican Pioneer to move on by and have that early lead. With a Credit going second, Injunction third up on the outside. Running B is fourth against the rail for the move into the first turn. Masterpiece, a length behind that one, settles down to the inside as well in fifth. Ocean Atlantique moves up to their outside. Injunction goes way wide out to the center of the course, but does pick up 3 spots. Now goes all the way up to fourth, challenging for third as they head on to the backstretch. Kiddo Dan is last of the group, running just 6 to 7 lengths from the front. Opening quarter on the board, 23.78 seconds. Dominican Pioneer is the leader by just a half length. The Credit goes second by a length and a half. Injunction third up on the outside by a length. And then Running B fourth by 3/4 of a length, followed by Ocean Atlantique, who's fifth on the outside, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Masterpiece back toward the rail is sixth, and Kiddo Dan last of the 7. It was 48.97 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Over to the far turn, Dominican Pioneer, a Credit, Injunction from the rail out. They go 1, 2, 3, separated by a length and a half. Running B is still against the rail, saving ground again around the turn, still in fourth, though. Running 3 lengths off the lead. Ocean Atlantique has to go wide from the fifth position. Masterpiece, Kiddo Dan at the back. They turn for home. Now let's see from here what Running B can do. Still has to get Dominican Pioneer. Running B comes off the rail now. Injunction, Ocean Atlantique far outside. A Credit between horses. Still Dominican Pioneer with the lead. And Dominican Pioneer chased by Masterpiece, who's coming late up the rail. And Running B, who's there from the outside. Running B again comes after Dominican Pioneer. Running B, yes, finally did get the job done for Tyler Gaffalione, Chad Brown, and the Calumet Farm.
It took him some time, and Tyler had to keep after him because Dominican Pioneer was not stopping on the front end under Gerardo Corrales, but Running B finally getting there and picking up this victory and giving Chad Brown another win here this afternoon. Even at this point in time, Dominican Pioneer is digging in as much as he possibly can, but once Running B, the son of English Channel, draws alongside, it's all over. 3, 4, 5 in the nightcap here at Keeneland, led by the 3, Running B.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race: number 3, Running Bee, first. Number 4, Dominican Pioneer, was second. Number 5, Masterpiece, third. Number 8, Injunction, was fourth. Number 7, Ocean Atlantique, was fifth. 3, 4, 5, 8, 7, the unofficial results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Blandford stud, number 3, Running Bee, owned by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly. 3 wins today for Chad Brown, 3 as well for Tyler Gaffalione, and back-to-back wins to close the card for that trainer-jockey combination. Running Bee, a 5-year-old son of English Channel out of Our Joy by El Prado, bred in Kentucky by the English Channel co-owners and Gordon Gilliam. A mile and 16th over the turf, listed good today in 1 minute 42.96 seconds. Results of race 11 official. 3, 4, 5, 8, 7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Blandford stud trophy presentation to the connections of Running Bee. No carryover tomorrow for the Super High 5 and no carryover for the Pick 6. Live racing resumes here tomorrow afternoon as the Keeneland Spring Meeting continues. First post at 1 p.m. Eastern. This evening, the second floor grandstand, including the mezzanine bar, will remain open for the Santa Anita Derby, which has a post time of 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Wagering on all remaining races will remain open until 7:45 p.m., and you may advance wager any races that occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.